Take one. Any other? First, a hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay, in that order, starting with Prof. That side, Dr. Zungu, then Dr. Madugu.
Thank you very much for that very eloquent presentation. I'd just like to ask, maybe for enlightenment purposes, and I'd like some explication. So what precisely, what kind of FDI do you think is favorable to African countries? You can use the fancy terminology, but break it down a bit for some idiots like us to understand what exact kind of FDI. I'm asking because my general understanding of FDI is that it has not helped Africa significantly. You ask me, the Dutch East Company which came to South Africa is saying whatever, it's FDI. It was foreign people bringing and doing business. Especially given the relative weakness of African states to multinationals. Not too long ago, Apple and some of the big tech companies had battles with even European companies. And I remember in the case of Ireland, Ireland struggled to muzzle Apple to pay taxes. I think the US government weighed on the side of Apple, and Apple triumphed in some particular cases. So what kind of FDI would make African countries, would be beneficial to African countries, would not represent exploitation as we have always had it? Thank you.
Okay, let me respond before I take the next question so I don't mix it up. Okay, Prof, thank you very much for the question. Let's take it from the analysis we've done, then I will go further again. The greenfield FDI, which is the kind of FDI that will require setting up of new projects and new buildings and new factories and the rest. I would think it's the study revealed that it is the best FDI. But the study also has some limitations in the sense that we didn't examine or we didn't investigate which FDI by which sector. Because if the FDI is by the primary sector, the extractive sector, then obviously it may not translate to inequality, to improvement in the quality of life, and also improve trade extensively. So I feel that the kind of greenfield FDI should not necessarily be greenfield FDI that focuses on just the extractive sector, but also that extends to other sectors of the economy.
Okay, thank you, Chair. In my case, it's going to be based on the nonlinearity story, because I think we took up the threshold. The first question is based on the threshold that you are showing, like to explain how does it connect, what does it mean in the case of like the study that you are doing, and again with the nonlinearity story, I think it's not a matter of just doing a study because you think maybe there is a nonlinearity or not. You need to first understand, do a test to see whether there is nonlinearity or there is linear, because you may find that the data itself will show that the relationship is not nonlinear, it's linear. Then once you go on the nonlinear process, obviously you end up getting wrong results. So did you undertake any test to find whether it is linear, the data is linear or nonlinear? No. And then again, once you find the threshold, what does it mean in your case?
Okay. Thank you very much, Doc. Yes, though I did not present that, just to compress my presentation, I conducted a word test of asymmetry to confirm if it is linear or non-linear. That is confirmed. Secondly, with respect to the threshold results, like you said, the threshold, the sign on the variable, the sign on the coefficient of the threshold. The threshold is the last one down, the R. It's a negative sign. And you see, like I said, the results that you have here, we have the EOI and the COI. And with the EOI and the COI, there are two results. The result for the EOI that you have model 1 and model 2, the first one is the one that estimates the threshold effect of institutional quality, while the second one is the one that estimates the threshold effect of infrastructural development, transport infrastructural development. Now, if you look at the sign on the threshold for institutional quality, it is negative, while the sign for the threshold for infrastructural development is positive under the EOI. The implication is that the institutional quality impacts negatively on the relationship between the brownfield FDI and the EOI, which is the Economic Complexity Index. While for the transport infrastructure, it is positive. Obviously, this is not far from the fact that the level of institutional quality among African countries generally is poor. And by virtue of that, the negative impact tells us that we need to do more. The positive impact on the sides of the transport infrastructural development tells us that it is okay, but we still have to do more too to improve so that we can enjoy the benefit of the foreign direct investment under review.
Okay, but with respect to this kind of modeling, I think the threshold, it will depend on the sign of the lower bound and the upper bound. I think the threshold means the maximum point or the minimum point, depending on whether the relationship is inverted U or with U shape. So in this case, I'm kind of confused, but I can see the King's slope because when we are trying to read the theoretical background of this model, it goes to a point where it shows the king. But now, when I try to look at the estimate or the coefficient, there is less economic complexity, and then there is less economic complexity outlook. So I'm trying to understand which one is the upper bound and the lower bound, because once it goes like this, then you will find the threshold.
Okay, I understand. I understand what you're trying to say. Like there are threshold models. There are threshold models that account for upper bound and lower bound. Okay. This first difference dynamic threshold model does not. So I take note. So I will also go ahead to use another threshold model that accounts for upper bound and lower bound, so that we can establish the shape of the yes, either it is inverted U or even N, as the case may be. We will do that, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. The last question.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I was just intrigued when you were saying that Nigeria is in what is the case? Are Nigerian citizens poor or the government is poor because of the high income of the economy? That was those two things that citizens, that country is highly income. So the government could be poor, doesn't necessarily mean that the citizens are poor. So I don't know if you'll be able to clarify that. So also secondly, I just have issues when we investigate because my question initially was on the profiles to say we're looking to see if FDI can impact, but which FDI and which sectors, because are we failing to attract? Because for example, there's appetite for investment in Africa. Companies from Africa are everywhere in the country. In Nigeria, there's ShopRite, Pick and Pay, Standard Bank, everywhere. NetBank is everywhere across the. So there's appetite for investment. So when you say we are failing to attract FDI, which FDI are we failing to attract? Because we can see that there are foreign companies everywhere in our countries. So that's number two. what does it mean now when we say that FDI is failing to impact our key variables? When we see that there are foreign companies around, what does it mean? What is the consequence of our pursuance of FDI when we see that there are present companies around, but we can't see how they're impacting our economy? So I was just thinking, so two issues. Would you clarify whether Nigerian citizens are poor or the government? Secondly, which FDI, our prophet asked that. So which sectors really do we really need to say we need more FDI, or we're failing to attract more? And how significant is it, since we are seeing that it's coming? We are seeing more investors, but we can't see the significance of it. If you go to Zimbabwe, you find many Chinese companies everywhere in the mining sector, in the retail sector. You find South African companies there.
Maybe short.
I'm really trying
You got the idea, okay.
what we are really
Okay.
looking at. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. When you asked about the position with respect to Nigeria as being the poverty capital of the world, as at the end of 2022, there was a statistics to that effect, and the statistics tells that more than 80 million of Nigerians were living below the poverty line. Not only that, the level of poverty is multidimensional. And based on that statistic, maybe at the end of this year, the situation may change. It has been like that. So by virtue of that, I was not saying that Nigeria is the world capital of poverty. I was saying it based on that statistic. Then the other question you asked about the type of FDI, if we are attracting FDI or not. Oh yes, we are attracting FDI, but like I said, the study has a limitation, and the limitation is about our decision or our inability with respect as a result of a data issue, our inability to show clearly which of the sector, because the study shows that the greenfield FDI, the FDI that has to do with production within the host country, citing of physical infrastructure, companies, mining sector, as the case may be, we were unable to show that it is either the mining sector or the retail sector or the industrial sector as the rest as it is. But I went ahead to address that issue slightly, but not based on evidence.
We don't know which sector, what kind of
the implication of this finding is that the right quality FDI for us to be able to reach that level of productive capacity is the greenfield FDI. That is the implication of the study, that we should endeavor to attract more of greenfield FDI as against brownfield FDI.
Okay. Just 30 seconds.
Okay. Now, in regard to poverty capital, I think for context, we need to understand that India was rated as the poverty capital of the world before Nigeria.
Yes.
So it's a matter of numbers. And then the basis for declaring, the basis of poverty, the definition of poverty is a subjective basis.
Yeah, correct.
It does not, it's a amount of people living on a certain amount, dollarized amount per month. Does not actually speak about the actual living conditions of the individuals. An individual might be earning 50 cents on record a month, but they may have access to food in the garden behind their yard.
That's true.
So I think we need to remember that.
Yes. Like you rightly mentioned the other time, is you alluded to the fact that first, you're not an economist. For us in economics, we always look for a way. We always look for a way to attach numbers to situations, and with that we try to estimate. That's why all these figures are mere estimates and not necessarily the real thing.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. You can give me a round of applause. we did not see, there was a hand, but I did not see the hand up. Dr. Uzibe, are you there? Did you want to raise a question or a comment?
I'm there. Hello.
Yes, I can. We can hear you. Just go ahead.
Okay. To the paper that is just finished with the results there. I just wanted to confirm one question. Like the threshold that we are measuring there, is it for brownfield FDI? And then the second question, even if it's a different model, do we have a turning point? I will because we are looking at FDI quality on greenfield. Which of the we started with FDI quality, then we split it into volatile, non-volatile, then we split it into brownfield and greenfield. And I think somewhere along the way there, we then arrive at a model where we are testing for a threshold. So I'm trying to we know that we have too little FDI to get to in the first place. So usually threshold models are measured when you want to see a turning point of having too much of something. So I'm worried about I know I was seeking clarity about the topic of the paper and the estimation strategy. Thresholds are for those models that start good and then turn bad. But here we have literally infinitesimal FDI. So that's why the modeling strategy, at this point, the stages we have moved, I don't see the logic for looking for a turning point for anything. There's too little FDI, and that is even if the threshold is on FDI. So the topic and it seems there's a disconnect between the topic and the estimation strategy. Thank you.
Let me find out if there is a response for that. Okay.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you for the question. In response to that, the topic is about FDI quality. In measuring FDI quality, one of the most acceptable measure of FDI quality is the FDI entry mode. That settles the idea of us looking at greenfield and brownfield. In the context of our paper, we also alluded to the fact that besides attracting FDI into the economy, there's also the role that absorptive capacities plays in the impact of FDI on the expected outcome. And that is where the threshold model comes in, because the absorptive capacities now, like the institutional quality and in the level of infrastructural development, is what will determine the extent to which FDI will impact on the expected outcome that we are focusing. And that is why we came up with the threshold model. I agree with you, or we agree with you, that we should have gone ahead to use another threshold model that tends to show the upper and lower bound, just like a scholar here, Dr. Talent, commented. And we said we're going to do that to be able to show that. But there was no form of disconnect in any way from the topic of the paper and the content of the paper. We did exactly what we intend to do, to one, show how it impacts on the expected outcome, and two, to show how the absorptive capacity existing in African countries are these qualities of FDI, the greenfield and the brownfield, on the expected outcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that detailed presentation. I'm sure that you have also taken those comments that have been made. Colleagues, let's move on to our next presenters. And the next paper is online. Dr. Kalu and Dr. Menoja. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing the names correctly, but I think Kalu is correct. Please share your screen. Okay, I'm giving 15 minutes to make your presentation. Then the other 5 minutes we will discuss and engage. Please start. Thank you. We cannot hear you as yet.
Thank you very much to the organizers of this conference, and thank you to all conferees for giving us the opportunity to present our paper on the topic renewable energy financing in COVID-19 Africa, implications, area agreement. I want to start by pinpointing out that the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement is a very vital platform or treaty that would it is a platform for African countries to collaborate, to invest in renewable energy projects. Of course, this is not just to mitigate climate change issues, but it's going to be for Africa to drive sustainable development, of course, to provide a resilient economy for Africa in order to attain sustainable intra-Africa trade. This presentation is going to be in these sections, but just as I've stated before, in order to attain this goal of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, there is need to look at the energy sector, and particularly renewable energy, because for businesses and for trade to thrive, the contribution of reliable supply of energy cannot be overemphasized. And that is the reason why we are coming up with this review of looking at the level of investment in renewable energy projects in Africa to drive intra or inter-Africa trade. Of course, Africa is blessed with enormous renewable energy resources, talking about solar, wind, hydro, biomass, bioenergy, wind, and even geothermal. But that is not enough, of course. Despite that Africa is blessed, a lot of African population does not have access to electricity. That is very, very worrisome. So the question of energy security is yet to be properly addressed, talking about energy accessibility and energy affordability. And this representation here would fortify our argument by looking at the actual installed capacity of electricity across continents in the world. The capital installed capacity.
Doc, it seems we're struggling to get through to you. You are breaking up.
As is being represented here,
I think I'm not sure whether it's our system or it's from Dr. Menoja's side. Do we have good network? Okay. Dr. Menoja, are you still there? I think we have lost him.
can you hear me now?
Yes,
Hello.
now we can hear you. Now we can
Okay.
hear you. You can reshare.
Okay, I was illustrating from this representation the actual installed capacity of electricity. I don't know if this is where the internet connectivity disrupted my presentation. Was it from this point up from the previous slide?
Yeah, yes, continue from there.
Okay, great. So looking at this tabular representation, it is worrisome that Africa is still at a very low position with the values or statistics that are made available according to the energy, the
Looks like we continue to have a challenge. Your voice is not coming through to us again. Dr. Menoja? Hello, Doc. We are losing you.
Africa is
Doc, hello.
Hello?
Yeah, we're having difficult from this side in hearing you. You are breaking up a lot. Actually, colleagues are now making it a joke that how do we trade if our connectivity across Africa is this bad? I'm not sure. Don't you have an alternative connection place, or maybe we can have someone else present, then you can come back after?
Okay, that is fine. Can you hear me now?
But now we can hear you.
Okay, great.
Okay, so maybe you can try to continue from there.
Okay, so this is exactly the issues. These are the issues that we are still battling with in Africa. And the understanding is that for for the lofty goals of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement to be attained, we must look at funding renewable energy projects away from the traditional financing mechanisms. Now, what are the innovative financing models that we can begin to adopt or look at? We have green bonds. The aspect of green bonds, again, I considered the share of of continents, the market of green bonds of continents globally, and Africa is having a $1 billion green bond market, as according to the Climate Bond Initiative, which is also very low. So it is a big question for Africa to also look deeply into green bond markets. This is just a representation of the data in a bar chart, which give a concrete information. So Africa is 3 billion per that is annual green bond market. You can see Asia is at the top of about $20 billion of green bond market, which is very promising. Then again, another model or mechanism that Africa should reconsider is crowdfunding. Crowdfunding would bring in money or capital for renewable energy from smaller capital for renewable energy from different individuals or agencies to drive or to fund renewable energy projects successfully. Again, pay-as-you-go is another instrumental financing model that Africa must also visit to drive to fund renewable energy projects. Of course, this implies the payment for renewable energy services or subscribing for renewable energy products with payment instrumental payment. And of course, this will help to provide affordable energy and also provide energy accessibility to low-income households. Then another important one that we can also reconsider is public-private partnership. Then this bar chart representation is also very concrete to tell us where Africa is at the moment. Africa is also still seen at a very low ebb, just about $3 billion according to Bloomberg New Energy Finance. Again, Asia is also at the top of about $20 billion. Again, as I've said, this is equally worrisome for Africa if we are sincere to attain the goals or objective of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Then, further to what we are discussing, you are aware that the energy sector or energy projects or energy investment are capital intensive and very risky. And in order for us to attract private investors, it becomes pertinent to also look at risk mitigation instruments, because for a businessman to invest in renewable energy projects, we look at the viability of the business and how to recoup its capital or principal. So to that end, we have come that government of African countries can look inward and provide guarantees for renewable energy investors in order to provide the bankability and to reduce risk in the renewable energy project businesses. Then insurance is also very key in this, which will ensure risk, which limits investors' exposure to risk and increase the bankability of renewable energy projects. Now, what is the implication for the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement? Number one is energy security. If there is adequate investment in renewable energy, that is going to improve or provide affordable and reliable energy supply in Africa, which will in turn drive businesses and intra-Africa trade. Then number two is cost competitiveness. Investing in renewable energy projects in Africa in the long run is cost effective, is cheap compared to fossil fuel, and in the long run, that will reduce the cost of generation of electricity generation in Africa, and again would improve the production of goods and services, which will impact the prices of goods and services by reducing the prices of goods and services in Africa to drive sustainability and prosperity in Africa. Then lastly, that in investing in renewable energy projects in Africa, we as well promote sustainable development. As I mentioned earlier, this initiative is going to impact or reduce climate change, thereby providing or developing a sustainable environment, driving sustainable growth with in such a way that the future, the ability of the future generation is not being compromised. So it's also going to put into consideration sustainable environment development, which is very, very key. Now, as a way of conclusion, I want to conclude by quoting the words of Professor Kalu, and I quote, "For Africa to become a mega continent, Africa must invest to grow its megawatts." End of quote. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for that insightful presentation. Colleagues, do we have any questions or comments? Looks like this side people have forgotten load shedding. Okay, there's one question. Just wait, there's one question this side. I can see online there's no question.
Thank you very much. Just probably contributions towards I was checking the model that you were showing us that are being used to fundraise, to fund infrastructure. They are all Eurocentric. So my question would be, and we can see the implications. We are not seeing much buy-in from citizens now. Are there any Pan-African models that you may suggest that can be used to fund that people are more familiar with and that people can trust as alternatives, than GoFundMe and all those things? And then secondly, what contribution do you think the aspect of financial literacy plays as far as maybe the reluctance of people to invest in green bonds and all those things? That sounds fancy. What contribution do you think the aspect of financial literacy plays, and also the aspect of generational poverty, which was created by colonialism and all those things? So what implications do you think those aspects play as far as the reluctance or the lack of buy-in from citizens to invest in such things? Thank you.
Okay,
you can go ahead and respond.
Okay, thank you for the question, Prof. If I got you correctly, you asked if there are models that African countries has, if there is any model that any African country has adopted. I don't know if that was what your question is about. Am I correct?
The question, I think, was about are there any Africa-centered methods that you might have in your mind, being different from the Eurocentric methods?
Okay. Currently in Kenya has this crowdfunding platform that is M-Copper, and that has impacted renewable energy financing in Kenya. And I think, again, there's another platform that is also very effective in Africa. I can't recall vividly the country right now, but one of these African countries also has the platform of Sun Funder as a crowdfunding mechanism to fund renewable energy projects. And these platforms, as I mentioned earlier, have been effective in these economies. So the implication is for the other African countries to learn those models from Kenya and the other country, how they have fared, how they have made it sustainable, and how it has helped to grow renewable energy financing. Thank you.
Thank you for the response. I think we need to move on to our last presentation before we can break for lunch. We already have maybe lost 20 minutes of our lunch. So we want to try and buy back that time so that the time that we come back from lunch, we can be able to complete all the other presentations. So thank you very much, Dr. Menoja and your team. We can give them another round of applause.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Dr. Godfrey Awa and Louis Logoye. and Dr. Eric Kansa, I think they are online. I see that Louis is online. You can share your screen and continue the presentation.
Please.
Dr. Minoja, you can unshare.
Yeah. Yes, it's not share.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's yeah.
All right, good morning from Ghana. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Morning.
All right.
Good afternoon.
All right. All right. So thank you, Professor Chair, for the opportunity to also make a contribution to the discussions of this conference. We are very grateful. So on behalf of Dr. Godfred Awai, Dr. Nkansa, and myself, I will be doing this presentation. So we have been examining innovation's role in the entrepreneurship economic growth nexus in a bid to draw some lessons for the African continental free trade area. So we all know by now that policymakers in Africa have introduced the AfCFTA as one of their latest strategies to boost the growth of our developing economies. And the achievement of this goal is heavily hinged on entrepreneurship, because entrepreneurs are the main agents who will be producing the goods and services to be traded on the continental free trade area. And so in a bid to aid policymakers frame policies that will enable entrepreneurs in Africa to leverage the free trade area to contribute meaningfully to our domestic growth, it is essential to identify factors that enhance their efficiency and competitive edge within the created wider single market. Now, economic theory predicts that there's a positive relationship between entrepreneurship and economic growth. However, the empirical literature still remains divided on the nature of the relationship. And so creating a need for further investigation to establish the nature of the entrepreneurship economic growth nexus. Saberi and Hamdan 2019 and Chari 2023 have gone ahead to try to seek explanations for the seeming conflicting findings, or for the conflicting findings on the nexus. They have used institutional quality and have identified that institutional quality has positive moderating effects on the relationship. So establishing that there is some seeming non-linearity in the entrepreneurship economic growth nexus. And so there is a need for us to identify more factors that could explain this seeming non-linearity. So in this study, we propose innovation as that possible factor that could explain the non-linearity in the entrepreneurship economic growth nexus. And we do this within the unexplored context of free trade areas. Now, one of the factors that is essential for entrepreneurs to be able to enhance their performance and contribute meaningfully to growth is market access. Because when entrepreneurs have access to markets, they can sell their goods and services, increase profitability, enhance performance, and increase their potential to contribute meaningfully to growth. But in the wider context of a free trade area where all entrepreneurs have this huge access to this wide market, comes a heightened competition. Even though the entrepreneurs will have the opportunity to sell their goods and services to a wider consumer base, they'll be faced with the critical challenge of heightened competition. And with heightened competition comes the need for an entrepreneur to differentiate themselves in order to be able to maintain competitive edge within the market so as to survive and also enhance performance and enhance their potential to contribute meaningfully to growth. We argue that innovation is that differentiating factor that can enhance the competitive edge of entrepreneurs in the wider single market and enable them to contribute meaningfully to economic growth in Africa. And so our argument is that entrepreneurship within the FTA or within the free trade area or within free trade areas will have a stronger impact on economic growth when or under conditions of high levels of innovation, thus informing our hypothesis that the relationship between entrepreneurship and economic growth is moderated by innovation. So the data that we used, economic growth, we proxied with the per capita GDP in constant 2015 US dollars, and then entrepreneurship was measured by the new business density proxy of the World Bank. For innovation, we relied on existing studies to use research and development expenditure as a percentage of GDP, and then annual number of registered patents, and then annual number of registered trademarks. And we also created an innovation index using PCA. So we created a composite of the aforementioned proxies using the principal component analysis. For our control variables, we use population, FDI, inflation, and then export value. So we engaged a dynamic panel model and then estimated the dynamic panel model using the two-step system GMM to enable us address possible bidirectional causality-induced endogeneity between entrepreneurship and economic growth. And so our results were as follows. In order for us to assess the consistency of our results, out of the 14 FTAs that we considered, we sampled 3 FTAs out of the 14 based on data sufficiency. So out of the 14 FTAs, there were 3 of the FTAs that had sufficient data for to enable us to assess the relationship of interest within the individual FTAs. And so the FTAs that were considered were the European Economic Area FTA, the Asia Pacific FTA, and then the Asian FTA. In our first table, we use the innovation index as the moderator. And when you observe the interaction terms, you find that the interaction terms are all positive and statistically significant, demonstrating that at high levels of innovation, entrepreneurship has a stronger impact on economic growth. And that is demonstrated when we do marginal effects analysis. And so from our marginal effects analysis, which are demonstrated on the plots as shown on your screen, you would realize, you would find that as the innovation index increases, the impact of entrepreneurship on economic growth across all the FTAs trends upwards, showing that innovation strongly moderates the entrepreneurship economic growth nexus, supporting our formulated hypothesis. And then we also went ahead to disaggregate our innovation index into its constituent elements of patents, trademarks, and R&D across all the 3 FTAs that were considered. Now, you realize you notice from the results that patents, trademarks, and then R&D are all significant moderators of the entrepreneurship economic growth nexus within the European Economic Area. That possibly demonstrates that the robust innovation policies in the UK seem, within the Euro area seem to enhance innovation to a level where it is able to enhance the entrepreneurship economic growth nexus. We also identified that within the Asia Pacific FTA, only trademarks has no impact on the relationship, and in the Asian FTA, only R&D has no impact, possibly sending us a signal that innovation and innovation policy that may work in one economic context may not work in another economic context, and so a one size fits all approach may not work when framing innovation policies. We also went ahead to, as a robustness check, we created a panel of all our 14 FTAs to reassess the relationship of interest, and using our innovation index, the patents, the trademarks, and the R&D as measures of our progress of innovation, we still find that the interaction terms remain positive and strongly statistically significant, demonstrating that innovation, at high levels of innovation, entrepreneurship has a stronger impact on economic growth within FTAs. So the implications for the African Continental Free Trade Area. So policymakers within Africa should create an enabling environment that fosters innovation. And what are some of the things that they can do? So they can strengthen intellectual property rights. So when individuals or when entrepreneurs feel that the products of their innovation, their rights to their products of innovation will be strongly protected, they will be more incentivized to innovate. And that will go a long way to enhance entrepreneurship's capacity to influence economic growth in Africa, especially within our African Continental Free Trade Area. And the government should also seek to increase investment in research and development. They can do that by partnering the private sector. And so when entrepreneurs or the private sector feel that they have government backing or government support or government funding that can help them to innovate, they will explore more innovative ideas.
2 minutes left, sir. 2 minutes.
All right. They will explore more innovative ideas and create new products and new methods of production. And then policies should also be aimed at bridging the digital divide. And so government should aim to provide access, internet access, and then access to technological infrastructure, so that we broaden the base of entrepreneurs who will be able to leverage technology to improve innovation or to innovate. And then recognizing that Africa has a diverse landscape of economies, policymakers should craft innovation policies to suit their various economic contexts. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And colleagues, do we have questions or comments? I see 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's start here. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for that presentation. It's very much insightful and helpful. I just wanted to find out to look at entrepreneurship as well as opposed to only entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Did you get that question?
Please, I didn't get a question, please.
You didn't?
I didn't get a question.
The mic seems too far away.
The mic seems too far away.
Maybe repeat the question. Give him back the mic. Okay.
No, firstly, I would just congratulate you regarding your presentation. That is very much helpful. I just wanted to find out if you did look at entrepreneurship as well, because also it does result into innovation. Thank you.
Did you get that? It says, have you looked at intrapreneurship?
Did I look at entrepreneurship?
Yes.
No, I didn't consider that. And so I'll take notice of that, and then maybe I'll consider that. Yeah.
We can move to the next question.
Thank you,
Mine, they are based like on the modeling strategy or approach, because I've heard that you said you've used or employed the system GM.
System GM.
Yes, but now the model itself it got some conditions, of which those conditions are crucial for modeling. For instance, with respect the concept of T as well as N. And then when I check the topic or the title of the paper, it says sub-Saharan countries. So I'm interested to find out how many countries were adopted in the study, and how, like, the T start from which period to which period. Maybe if you can balance me on that, then I'll be fine. Then again, with respect to, because like
justify the use of system GM.
When you're dealing with this kind of modeling, it's very important to also touch on the issue of instrument. I know that there are two types of instrument within, like when you're dealing with this model, there is the instrument within the system, and there are those type of instrument where now you're using like variables as instruments. So if you can also touch on that, it can have like a significant impact on your policy recommendation. But if you didn't look at in that angle, then it's a problem. Thank you.
You can respond to that.
So if we got the question, you see, in fact, the questions come very faint, but I had why system GMM. Is that the question?
Not really. Let me try to help.
Exactly.
I think the first one was on the data.
Yes.
The question was, what is the year sample from which year to which year? And
that was 2006 to 2020.
Then the second query was about why do you refer to African countries? Because I think in the data you used, there were no African countries, if I saw clearly from the modeling part.
Okay. Yeah. So
and the total number of countries, I think I saw it in the results as well.
Okay. So we studied. We are studying free trade areas based on the theme of the conference. And so we studied free trade areas to assess the factors that can enhance entrepreneurship's impact on growth within free trade areas. The African Continental Free Trade Area is not yet operational. And so it will not be possible for us to use data on that to assess it. And so based on the specific characteristics of free trade areas and other places in the world, we conducted this study so that we can draw lessons from them and then apply them for the AFCFTA. And so that is why we focus only on those FTAs and not Africa.
Okay, I think I did saw that. Maybe that's why you said lessons for the
Yeah,
that's what, yeah.
FTA. You're
Yes.
trying to draw lessons from existing FTAs.
Yes.
Okay. Then the other question was on the instruments used in the model. Not sure if you've got a comment again on that.
So we don't actually have specific observable instruments on our own, and per GMM, the system generates its own instruments.
Okay.
And as you analyze it, so that was what we actually did. And the instruments generated by the system are actually help to address any potential endogeneity problems in the model.
Thank you. Let's have the last question.
Okay, thank you, colleagues, for that brilliant presentation. And I hope I got this right, but somewhere you talked about the relationship between entrepreneurship and economic growth. And you did mention that in some parts of the world, specifically in the so-called developed world, there seems to be a positive relationship, which has not been established in the non-developed world. You spoke about market access, and you spoke about institutional capacity, and in your recommendations, you make a lot of recommendations about policy recommendations. You also talked about what you call robust innovation policies in the Eurozone as a factor that enables entrepreneurs to impact economic growth positively. So, but what I find interesting is if we are drawing lessons from this from Africa, what do you say about the political context? I'm speaking in terms of the autonomy within the macroeconomic situation for governments, because many of the recommendations are what governments need to do. So how can the African governments do these things that are done in the Eurozone, given the current global macroeconomic situation, where you have neoliberal recommendations, like we had the situation in Kenya, where there were recommendations from the IMF, mainly on the basis of the debt, the relationship between Kenya and the IMF. How can such governments implement the kinds of policies that are implemented in the UK for entrepreneurs within Africa, as the entrepreneurs in those parts of the world benefit from?
You can respond to that.
All right. So my only response to that will be that it seems to send a signal to us that institutions in Africa should be strengthened, and so we can only achieve that if our political institutions, our government institutions are strengthened. That is my response to that.
Yeah.
Colleagues, thank you very much. I think we've come to the end of this session. If you've got more questions for the presenters, you can ask for their contact details and maybe continue to discuss some of these pertinent issues. But for now, closing this session, we're going for lunch. Unfortunately, we've already used some of the time. So I'm giving you only 40 minutes to go for lunch. And we should be back here by 13:40. So let us quickly get something to eat, and by 13:40, let's make sure that we are back here for the next session. Thank you very much for being a great audience. It's online.
No. I've been presented. No, and I'm just I'm supporting, you know, I'm more of an ICT person.
Okay, you're also ICT.
Not necessarily, I'm on information systems department, but they use my ICT expertise.
Of course.
Yeah,
So,
I'm
you're
not
always on that side doing all of that.
Yes. Question from maybe you can assess me. If you are as a staff member of the university student, registered at University of July, for your PhD, when you create profile in applications, sites, and when you write in consequences, how you classify your affiliation? That's a topic. Yes, Prof. All right, Prof. Yes. No, that's a Prof. All right. It's something that I'm backing with, but I'll also check with my supervisor because every time I need to write up, I find out
You get the most financial benefit if you.
first, but then my project is with you, Jake.
That's
And they'll
the
pay-
So morally, so ethically,
Yeah.
means you're working with that supervisor. Ethically, the supervisor should get credit.
But then you see what makes it even more complex is that two of my supervisors, one is from UJ, one is from UJ, and it's a joint project of UJ is for
My off the cuff suggestion is your name duties will, your supervisor duties will, your supervisor UJ. So let the two universities split the money. So that you need to benefit from your being a staff member and benefit from the other colleague who's a supervisor. Then it doesn't rule out UJ, you just still get some benefit.
Okay.
Kind of like a compromise thing, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm looking for you. I'm done.
I know that. Yeah. Okay. So, I teach that. So it's constantly more and more. Dr. Eresami. Hey, Doc. But I'm fine, thank you, sir. I'm sharing in the sense that I want to see people here, but I don't have time. Dr. Eresami, are you well? Fine. Yes, your first presenter is here.
All right. Good afternoon, colleagues. We are welcome to the final session. I know it's been a long day, so I think we can just get started so that we can finish on time and go. So in this session, we have, I think everybody is available. Dr. Anko Tiwari, Dr. James Ebere, Ms. Nondumiso, Ms. Makosi, I think she's online, Mr. Vincent, Ms. Kele Bongile, I think he's also online. Then we'll close up with Mr. Mchengo. So I would like to invite Dr. Anko Tiwari to start off with his presentation. So we have 15 minutes for our presentation, then we'll have 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, delegates. My presentation is about the Africa Free Trade Agreement in the 21st century and decoding it from a historical and a neo-colonial perspective. So I will be discussing the agreement in 3 phases, with the signing of the Organization of African Unity in 1963, which is known as the initiation phase or phase 1, followed by the Abuja Declaration in 1991, or known as the boom stage, and then finally the growth stage, which is the signing of the Kigali Declaration in 2018. So I'll be introducing the topic by discussing what is the African Free Trade Agreement and how and when it was established, It's similar to the World Trade Organization. What I mean by that is it's a common forum for aligning trade and creating an economic body where trade can occur, and 1.3 billion people are unified under it. It started out as a small organization in the 1960s, signed by 22 countries, and now 44 members have ratified this declaration. The main aims are to eliminate tariffs, create a single liberalized market, to enhance the socio-economic development of the continent and reduce poverty. And finally, to make Africa more productive in the global economy and regain its former glory. Moving on to phase one. In 1963, when the OAU was signed in Addis Ababa, 21 members started this agreement, and it reached to 32 members in the 1970s. Finally, it reached to 53 by the time the African Union was created, which was the successor of the OAU. The African Union was a body created to make Africa a continent and to unify all the countries on the African continent and to create an economic powerhouse. The main objectives of the OAU are set out in the OAU Charter, and the two main objectives were to promote the unity and solidarity of African states, to coordinate and intensify their cooperation and efforts to achieve a better life for the people of Africa. So basically, Africans could now solve their territorial disputes among themselves without going to an international body, and they had the sovereignty to restore peace on the continent. The main aims of this body was to rid the continent of the colonial legacy and the apartheid era laws, as well as promote international cooperation within the United Nations framework, as well as harmonizing the members' political, diplomatic, economic, educational, and scientific defense policies. So a variety of treaties and policies were designed in various areas to ensure that Africa would become a forerunner in global politics, as well as increase the access to education and enhance the health and welfare of all African children and women. In 1991, the OAU was further strengthened by the Abuja Treaty, establishing the African Economic Community. It was an economic community union which aimed to facilitate intercontinental trade and to increase the exports in the region. Politically, it was manifest in various organizations known as the Assembly of Heads of State and Government, the Council of Ministers, and the General Secretariat. This body overlooked some of the important issues on the continent, such as conciliation, arbitration, the Social Commission, the Educational, Scientific, Cultural and Health Commission, and Defense Commission. And finally, this was resolved in 1993. The OAU had an important aim of promoting the ideals of Pan-Africanism and a common longing for a glorious past. So Pan-Africanism is a philosophy, a political philosophy that calls for the unity of African people that have common interests and they should be unified. It has taken the shape of a political or cultural movement. African diaspora refers to the long-term historical process by which people of African descent have been scattered from their ancestral homelands to other parts of the world. So diaspora refers to the people that have spread out from Africa and have settled elsewhere, taking their culture and roots with them. So Pan-Africanism is a social, a sociological, and a political phenomenon, and this was the catalyst for the unity of Africa. Basically, it's a sentiment that Africans have a great deal in common, have suffered a lot, and this pain deserves notice and even celebration. It started in the mid-19th century in the United States and then moved on to the West Indies and other parts of the world. some of the leaders are discussed below, like Martin Delany, Alexander Crummell, who were both African Americans, and this became a popular political philosophy. The main points, or the salient points of this philosophy were that Africans faced a common experience of exclusion and racism, and they were marginalized. And this was noted by Du Bois. And this started from the 1930s when it spread to other African countries like Kenya, and African leaders like Jomo Kenyatta, who tried to eradicate colonialism and racism. So this was a nascent beginning where African culture started to revive, sort of a cultural renaissance. And this happened after 1900. So I'll be looking at the social and political aims of the OAU. And the political aims were to promote the unity and solidarity of the African states, to coordinate the efforts and intergovernmental efforts to ensure a better life is achieved for all people, as well as to defend the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence. So each and every African state had the right to protect their territory from foreign domination and to ensure that their territory was not ceded. The economic aims were quite simple: to try and create an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, as well as a forward-looking, dynamic, and integrated Africa, which is fully realized through relentless struggles. I'll be discussing the Abuja Declaration, or the boom phase, or the phase 2. African economic integration has a long history, and this is the second phase of the movement of African growth, and it crystallized the idea of a common free trade and an economic union. It also called for a common currency and a passport where all Africans and African states could travel to each other's countries and cooperate on matters of regional and continental interest. Some of the political aims of the declaration were to create a common body to oversee territorial disputes. Like previously mentioned, each African state had the right to solve its territorial disputes, and this strengthened and ratified it. And obviously to ensure the political sovereignty of the continent is not destroyed and compromised, as well as ensuring that economic parity is achieved. So economic parity means that each and every African or African country could actually have a common currency and could trade among themselves and facilitate economic growth. This Abuja Treaty was adopted in 1991 when communism ended and a new world order began. And economic integration was necessary to contain and to solve Africa's economic problems. Ultimately, the African Economic Community was the first form of economic integration, and this happened in 6 stages, starting on the 12th of May, 1994. So the first stage was to simply create a regional economic community and to establish it in regions where they did not exist before. So, for example, they set up offices in Egypt, Algeria, Congo, Kenya, and Tanzania, and so on. The second stage was to stabilize the tariff barriers and to create a common tariff body and a customs body and a common system of internal taxation at the level. And thirdly, a free trade area and a customs union was established in each regional economic council, REC. The fourth stage was to take it on a grander scale or a macro level. They established a customs union, or a CU, at the continental level, headed in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And this was to harmonize the monetary, financial, and fiscal policies and to allow the free movement of persons and the rights of residents and establishment. Finally, a single African currency was set up by the Pan-African Parliament, elected by continental universal suffrage, and implemented in the final stage. And the executive organs of the African Economic Council set this body up, the African Central Bank, to ensure that Pan-Africanism was finally achieved. Moving on to the growth phase, the Kigali Declaration was the final step in this new era, and this tried to eradicate the long history of colonialism and racism and ensure that African leaders signed the Kigali Declaration for the launch of the African Continental Free Trade Area. It had two main aims: to remove the tariff and non-tariff barriers on goods and services. 44 countries signed this agreement in 2018, headed by the chairperson, Paul Kagame, where a Lagos plan of action was developed, where African countries, African leaders could have a common trade area or a continent-wide market. The main aim of this agreement was to increase the intra-African trade by 52% and to generate $3.6 billion in welfare gains, and to ensure that Africa's small and medium-sized enterprises, making up 80% of the region's business, and to enhance the women empowerment and women economic empowerment, and ensure that women entrepreneurs could become traders, and ensure that youth could also access employment. The main aim of this declaration was to achieve the 2030 vision of Africa of leaving no one behind, and to achieve the Millennium Goals, and to ensure the peace and prosperity of the continent. The implications of the Kigali Declaration are twofold. One, it's to improve the health and food security of the African people, to ensure greater collection of tax revenues and public sector income, as well as to ensure the non-discrimination in all health and social services. And finally, to conclude, I'll be looking at the African Free Trade Agreement and its implications based on the socio-economic, political, ideological ideas and concessions, and it's a beacon of hope for all the countries on the African continent, marking a new economic beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I would like to open the floor for comments, suggestions. Online. All right, so in the absence of no question, I think we'll give you a round of applause. All right, thank you very much. I'd like to, I think we are against time, so it's good that we are not having questions. Yeah, so I'd like to go to the second presenter. That's Dr. James Ebere, presenting online. So Dr. James, I believe you are there.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes for a presentation, and there'll be 5 minutes for questions. You can share your screen. The floor is yours now.
What to hear? Sorry?
Okay.
First of all, I want to thank you, thank the organizers. This is actually my first international conference. I'm just a fresh graduate, a PhD graduate. My paper is titled After and Purpose, Reforming Regional Trade Finance Across Africa. We have looked and explored challenges of making cumbersome transactions in the face of multiple currencies with ever-growing intermediaries that are present, and its effects in doing business in Africa, its effects in trade facilitation in different regions of Africa. And clearly, we are going to follow the outline First, I'm going to look at a brief introduction of the AFTA and then the objectives of the AFTA. So we're going to look at the role of the Pan-African payment systems in settlements and systems in line with the objectives of AFTA. What are the potential benefits? What are the challenges when it comes to implementation? And then what is the way forward? Well, the evolution of the African Union led to the negotiation for the African Continental Free Trade in 2012, according to the literature. The significance of AFTA rests in this ability to stimulate economic activities. That is in terms of production, in terms of market creation across, most importantly, across regional lines. But this is not without challenges. There is, as we've seen, Africa was colonized before, and that has left fragmentation along these lines. And this fragmentation has come to be challenges the implementation of some of the good objectives of AFTA. Well, in the face of ever-growing intermediaries, we have a lot of challenges when it comes to seamless transactions, especially in international trade. People find it difficult to do transactions freely because of the convertibility in different currencies that are along different regional lines. Now, this was what led to the birth of the Pan-African Payment and Systems Settlement. This evolution resulted from the conceptualization between African Import Bank, known as the African Bank, and the African Union. Well, yes, this was to eliminate the problems of trade transactional costs that exist from making payments across regional lines because of different regional finance authorities and different policies that existed. Well, for we to have unfettered flow in transaction in Africa, then there must be a platform that would centralize the payments without needing a third-party intermediary. This shows clearly that Africa is suffering from the benefits of having such a platform. In 2022, it was reported by the Finance and Development magazine that Africa only was able to get 50% of their total imports and exports. When we compare that to the European counterparts and the Asians, who have 70 and 60 respectively, then we see the need for a Pan-African payment settlement system. Now, this collaboration is supposed to improve the payment systems, making even the unbanked individuals in the rural areas to be integrated into the entire or the whole financial system. Well, even with these laudable objectives and introduction of this Pan-African payment settlement system, there still remains a lot of challenges, something we may call constraints to its implementation. We noticed from literature that that we had in the whole of Africa, and this resulted from African interaction with colonization. The imperial lords didn't create a payment system that benefits Africa or a payment system that only facilitates trade with their own their various colonies. This was the case by the British, the French, and the Portuguese imperialists. They were concerned about themselves. Another thing that is that affects the implementation of this Pan-African payment settlement system is the area of economic sovereignty, where individual regions or countries, nationals, or case may be, have their different policies that may not be integrated in the center. And this now raises more problems for the implementation of this noble suggestion from the AFTA. For AFTA to have to successfully have its objectives realized, then a central platform for payment that, like we said before, that eliminates third party and dominates payments in local currency has to work. And how would it work? It has to work if central banks or financial authorities in different regions queue into one objectives. Now that has continued to, Africa has continued to make progress in that line. Also, as we can see with the introduction of fintechs and innovations from the financial sector. Well, like I mentioned, another of the challenges that Africa faces is the evolution of regional economic blocks. Now, we have regional economic blocks such as SADC, we have ECOWAS, and you have REX. Now, these countries on the, regions on themselves also have their own policy, regional economic policy, which may also not be same with each other. So within them, the difference in policies makes intra-trade comes difficult. There's this case of incompatibility of their payment systems. And so there's also need for centralization of such payment platforms for which the Pan-African payment settlement and systems would take care of. Well, we notice also that in the face of these challenges, and in the face of despite the fragmented payment systems in Africa, it is not all about doom for Africa, as we have seen the evolution of innovations in payment systems. We've seen mobile money platforms coming up in different regions. The examples are the Airtel Money used in Nigeria, the Orange Money, the MTN Money, Money Points, M-Pesa. We have the OPay and PamPay. These are innovations that needs to grow faster for that objective to be achieved. The paper also finally looked at the role of the government and what government needs to do. And I mean, the financial authorities, the central banks, needs to be awareness, needs to be a sensitization of by the domestic or the money deposit banks in various regions, educate the people to key into the platform of the African payment and settlement system in order for the various good policies of AFTA to be achieved. So there needs to be a reform in every regional line or countries that seeks to eliminate some of the vestiges of the colonialists have made Africa not to benefit from this from seamless trade transactions, because it's clear that when payments are not easily made, then trade benefits are also lost, and then trade facilitation becomes a problem in such region. So the paper recommended that sensitization should be carried on. Awareness should be made to both the populace and the financial institutions in Africa to cue into this novel gesture. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping it short. I think we are really beyond time. So thank you once again. The floor is now open for questions, comments, suggestions. Any comments? All right, Prof. Tuari.
Okay, my comment is the challenges that you have mentioned, we need them, and when you submit the final paper, we need details and some kind of evidence.
Okay.
So maybe at this stage is okay. So that's my suggestion.
All right. Thank you, Prof. I hope you can hear the question, Dr. James.
Can you help me out? I didn't get it correctly.
The question is, he believes this is a work in progress. So by the time you're submitting the full paper, we should have some evidence for some of the challenges and issues you have raised. Some maybe empirical evidence or statistical evidence.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I think there's a question online, Dr. Tafaswa. It's online.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Concerning the PAP system, which direction do you think is going to be advisable for Africa? Is it going to be a movement towards using the PAP system as a foundation for one continental currency, or the PAP system is going to be used as the basis for strengthening all the 55 currencies? Which strategic direction do you think PAPS is going to evolve into to stimulate AFCFTA? Thank you.
You can respond.
If I get that correctly, he's asking which direction. Is it a one currency direction, or I think multiple? If I get that correctly. But if what I'm answering is what I think I heard from you, sir, the payment platform that converts payments directly into domestic currency without hindrance would be the best form for Africa to go. Is the best way to go, as long as that currency, as long as the convertibility is ease, and we have the ease of business. Now, because what the interest is to promote trade facilitation, make it easy for people to trade within and outside Africa.
Okay, thank you for that response. Is there any other questions or comments? Okay, Dr. Makova. Okay.
Well, that was one of the questions, because I was trying to imagine what role is going to play. Is it a foundation for the bigger objective of a single currency for Africa, or but you have other than that? So my other question is that I was hearing from a speaker yesterday that there are only 10 countries that have joined so far, and South Africa is not one of those countries. So what are the implications in terms of the success of the payment system if South Africa and Reserve Bank does not join? given the ownership structure of the South African bank, because we know it's a private owned entity. So the shareholders might decide not to, okay that. So what implications do you think that might have in terms of the success of the payment system if South Africa does not decide to join the system? That's the question.
Dr. James,
Yes,
were you able to
please.
repeat the question?
I thought he was making a comment about South Africa, describing South Africa's situation. I didn't get all that.
I think the question is, if South Africa decides not to join the payment system, so what would be the implication of that for the success of the program?
Well, if South Africa decides not, South Africa is an important player in African trade. Of course, the answer is obvious. It's not going to work as envisaged by its proponents of the after. But the question, I think the question of South Africa joining or any other country not joining is more in the political zone. But the economics of it is clear. We need everybody to join in a platform for Africa to benefit.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this question is, okay, that's the last question.
I think, thanks for this presentation, but I think Dr. Matubu has covered a portion of what I wanted to ask. I also wanted to ask if possibly in your own view, in part of the literature that you have covered, what is actually stopping other African states from joining the Pan-African payment system? Do you possibly think is it because most of these central banks are privately owned, and many of them they still under the control of their former colonizers? Is it because of the foreign influence that is stopping them from joining this revolution of financial freedom in the continent? I just want your view on it. Thanks.
Could you pick that, Dr. James?
No, I did that one. I didn't pick anything.
Yeah, he was asking why, in your view, from the study of the literature, why do you think most African countries have not joined? Could it be because of the influence of their colonial masters, or probably there are other reasons? Just to share your view on that.
Yes, in my view, I think it would be right for us to say that some of these countries still have the influence of their colonial masters in them. The issue of, for example, the Francophone countries, West Africa, has always been an example that is taught in school about the influence of the colonialists on their colonies. It's very difficult to disentangle these people from their colonies. So they were very big influence on some of these countries. And well, in future, we hope that that would be history. So yes.
All right, thank you so much for the response. Can we give him a round of applause again?
Thank you very much.
All right, then we come back to the house. We're having a next presenter. I call her the youngest presenter in the house. That's Miss Nondumiso, who is one of our honor students, presenting with myself and Miss Shelter Nene. So over to you. Can I have your
This is probably the last of that. It's another taking anything.
Just a few minutes just to go to presentation.
So, yes. So what exactly? And the kind of so what Sorry.
So you have 15 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I go by the name of Charlotte Nene. As Doc has introduced us, we will be presenting on the project entitled Implications of African Continental Free Trade Agreement Framework and the effect of Russia-Ukraine war on trade flows in African countries. Basically, it's extracted from the honors student project, of which is Nandomiso. She will cover the conceptual part, and then I'll have to come in for the analysis. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon. The outline is as follows. I'm going to go from the introduction up until the literature review. To begin with, based on the World Economic Outlook 2024 reports, while trade in Africa declined by 6.3%, intra-African trade expanded by 3.2% during the same time frame in 2023. Does this imply the potential of the African Continental Free Trade Area? According to CLUA 2019, trade inside Africa has generally been minimal, but there is unrealized potential. And this is evident by the fact that intra-African exports in 2017 accounted for 16.6% of all exports compared to 68% in Europe and 59% in Asia. Africa's production and export patterns, which prioritize primary goods like minerals, lumber, coffee, cocoa, are to blame for the continent's low intra-African trade. The range of goods and services that African countries can trade is restricted by inadequate infrastructure, insecurity, which is a major barrier to communication, to commerce rather, and investment. This has a far-reaching effect on the economy, especially for transportation, energy, information, and communication technology. Whichever trade regime is in place, these trade restrictions make it very challenging or almost impossible to trade, which thereby delays the process of realizing the African Union Agenda 2023 goals. The African Continental Free Trade Area is seen as a critical project to overcome these difficulties, intending to create a single market and enhance intra-continental trade. The World Economic Forum and the World Development Bank both highlight the necessity to increase intra-continental trade as a crucial strategy for Africa's development and progress. This is because integration enhances material well-being, employment opportunities, economic growth, and the range of goods and services that could be available in the country for resource allocation. The African Continental Free Trade is projected to benefit Africa's industrial and manufactured exports the most, hence promoting economic diversification and job creation. It is essential for the continent's development and resilience to external shocks. Just by looking at the external shock, we can take the example of the Russia and Ukraine war conflict, which invites individuals to question how resilient African countries can be. According to Berg 2017 and Amodio 2018 in France, conflicts can negatively impact international trade due to instability and uncertainty, particularly in Africa. Therefore, it is crucial to consider the effect of the two conflicts between Russia and Ukraine on African economies, in addition to the potential implications of the African Continental Free Trade Area. A study by Only 2021 examined the relationship between Africa and exports and conflicts, which revealed that African exports decline with trade due to violence, due to the apprehension from developed countries about entering businesses with African countries where violence is problematic. The biggest players in the global agriculture and food trade are Russia and Ukraine. Hassim and Mohammed 2024 claim that Russia and Ukraine conflicts verified African economies to be growing extraversion and on agricultural imports because they rely heavily from foreign countries on agricultural imports. The current study investigates the implications of the African Continental Free Trade Area and the Russia-Ukraine war on trade flows in selected African countries. These countries include South Africa, Kenya, Ghana, Mauritius, Tunisia, Cameroon, Burkina Faso, Botswana, Senegal, Mali, Morocco, and Algeria, which are the countries that signed and ratified the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is how the sample came about into selection. On the theory part, comparative advantage on the classical and neoclassical theories serve as the basic theory in which the current study investigates. Contemporary international trade still link classical trade, which was put forward by David Ricardo and Adam Smith. Classic international theories suggest that countries can adopt an open economy by changing their policies to remove trade barriers and obstacles so that they can be able to trade with other countries. A nation's comparative advantage is reversed due to conflict, and trade patterns may not be articulately predicted by comparing automatic prices to global pricing. Among the recent empirical studies on the implications of the Russia-Ukraine war and the implications of the African Continental Free Trade Area, I have selected a few empirical studies to give about understanding of what the other authors found in their studies. The authors found the following: by using a structural vector, autoregression, and descriptive analysis, longitudinal panel design, SWOT, and Stipfel analysis techniques. One of the authors found that there is variation in the strength and direction of the microeconomic reactions to price shocks due to procyclical policy responses predominating in Africa. Another author found that food prices effects from the war could lead to civil instability in Africa. And another author as well found that threats and opportunities were noted with the African Continental Free Trade Area having to increase the potential of intra-African trade within African economies. Thank you.
Thank you. As mentioned by Ms. Nyosa, the analysis will be conducted by exploring 12 African countries, as she mentioned, and also sample annual data, which is collected from various sources, as stated in this table, which covered the sample from the period of 2000 to 2022. So basically, we have a dependent variable of which is trade as a proxy of trade flows. And then we also have a dummy variable to measure the conflict, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which started in the year 2014 February. So it will take a form of 0 before the conflict and then 1 during the conflict. And then we also have military expenditure to measure the financial resources dedicated by countries to maintain the financial defense. And then as part of trade, maybe trade facilitating indicators, we have index of export market penetration, which basically measures the extent at which countries has entered foreign markets. And then we also had the net barter trade of net barter terms of trade, which also indicates the trading position of a country. Basically, it's a ratio of the change in the value of export basket in terms of import value. So, and then we also have other explanatory variables to measure the competitiveness, such as foreign direct investment, real effective exchange rates, GDP, and as well as we have inflation for inflationary pressures. Also, in addition, for robustness analysis, we also conducted an analysis to see how to analyze the implications of the conflict, as well as the possible implications for the free trade agreement on exports as well as on imports independently, because trade basically combine both exports and imports. All right, we'll be using a panel ARDL model for our analysis, which is specified as follows. And then we'll have a vector of dependent variables, and also have vector of constant terms and explanatory variables, as well as the adjustment term, which are the most notable ones here. And then we pre-estimating our model, there are tests that are required. We tested for cross-sectional independence, using 3 tests, and then we find the existence of cross-sectional dependence, which necessitated the use of second-generation unit root test. Then we tested using the 2 first generation and then 1 second generation, which concluded that variables take a significant at first different, and the other one are significant at levels. Then we also tested for co-integration test, which also it would also resulted to say there is an extent of co-integration. And then I think based on these findings, that permits the use of panel ARDL model, which enables better estimation of short run and long run relationship, and also accommodates the issue of slope heterogeneity. Then as per our results, as presented in this table, we can claim that military conflicts only have a significant negative impact in the short run. This is represented by a dummy variable, which is named COD, which is significant. Before we tested, we estimated both MG and PMG models and subjected them to Hausman test, and then find out that the efficient estimator is PMG. So we'll focus on the PMG results here, which shows that the conflicts only have a significant negative impact in the short run, indicated by the significant coefficient of the dummy variable in the short run. And then, however, the spending on defense maintenance harm trade flows in the long run. So it's also indicated by the significance of a coefficient of military expenditure. Then also, in addition, with the trade facilitating indicators, they show that trade facilitating in Africa has a potential of long-term in ensuring long-term trade flows, as indicated by significant coefficient, which are also positive. They indicate that with these facilitating indicators, has a potential of improving the trade flows in the long run. Then also for competitiveness in terms of currency, we have a real effective exchange rate, which also shows that if countries are competitive in terms of currency, they have a potential of having more trade flows in the long run. And then also, with regards to the adjustment terms, of which is represented by ECT here, it shows that there is a long run relationship that exists among the variables included in the model, because we have a significant coefficient here as well. And also, because the PMG models also implies that there is a heterogeneity in the adjustment terms as well as short-term coefficient. That means full estimation can also give us a robust analysis. So we also conducted that, and it showed that 5 of the countries have a significant coefficient of adjustment terms, which covers Ghana, Mali, South Africa, Tunisia, Mauritius. And then also from that, we got that the contributor to the significant contributors to this sustainability, it include South Africa and Mali, because they have a high coefficient. And then from the robustness analysis, we can also conclude that basically the conflict affects the exports only in the long run, whereas where we compared with the trade, it affected trade only in the short run. But with exports, it affects in the long run. And then with imports, it's insignificant in the long run, while also insignificant in the short run. And also with the trade facilitating variables show to have a more impact on imports. So maybe this can raise a question if facilitating trade will result to more imports than exports. So maybe also to conclude, the discord in the global unity brought about the war make world community fragile. So in this instance, rather than exacerbating matters by imposing severe sanctions, African governments should be strategic in responding to conflicts. So this is also supported by the study by Adiba 2022, which manifests that war costs to trade flows also can be attributed to the sanctions imposed to Russia because of the conflict. So maybe African governments can maybe try to, at some point, try to apply a wait and see approach to avoid risk, or to also mitigate risk. So furthermore, we can say African Continental Free Trade Agreement position itself as an ideal framework for boosting commercial flows throughout Africa. Therefore, investment in it by African nations as well as the AEU would advantageously foster the development in sustaining and competitive African and single market that is resistant to external shocks. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. So I would like to open the floor for questions, comments to improve the work. Comments online. Okay, Dr. Makoba, and we have the mic.
Thanks for this presentation. Just a quick question. Maybe for the future wars, even the inevitable third world war that is predicted, how can Africa be resilient to these external shocks, such as Russia, Ukraine war? Thanks.
Sorry, maybe just a quick, as I mentioned, maybe because due to the analysis we did, as well as the existing empirical works, we found that actually the effects of the conflict and war result are more derived from the sanctions that are brought into place because of the conflict. Maybe to say maybe African countries could just maybe be vigilant and not be too quick into posing sanctions because of wars, and then to just mitigate the risk that can come after.
Thank you very much. Just to add to that as well, I think based on the results, you can say that once facilitate trade from the coefficient, we say that it helps in terms of boosting trade flows within the continent. So I think that also helps in terms of our reliance on this external country. So by the time we boost intra-trade, that helps in terms of, and it mitigates, I think, kind of a double-edged sword. It mitigates against external shocks, and it also helps us in terms of self-reliance, promotes growth within the continent. Thank you. Any other question? Sorry, I'm the chair. I'm also, I'm conflicted. Please pardon me for that. All right. Any other question?
Just a comment that I impressed by context, the temporal context you provide, because you now stretch us back to 2014, when the conflicts between. I think that's very helpful to understand what you are doing. And I also think it's very revelatory when you say the shocks come not necessarily from the conflict itself, but from the sanctions imposed by the Western countries. I also like it where you now say African countries must be careful my understanding is that not participating in those sanctions, which is what I think is the dominant step taken by most African countries so far. From what you are saying, it's a good idea, and they can maintain such a diplomatic stance going forward. I think it's a brilliant paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we give them a round of applause? A horse. All right. Thank you. Next on the program, we have Ms. Makosi. I believe she's online. Yes, she's online. Ms. Makosi and Dr. Shabalala. So the floor is yours. You can share your screen. I hope you can hear us.
I can hear you. I'm showing the screen.
All right, you have 15 minutes. Can you put it on presentation mode? Sorry, you're muted. So sorry, we can't see your slide.
Can you hear me now, Prof?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see your slide.
Okay. Can you see now?
Yes, we can. Can you put it on slide mode, please?
Okay.
All right, perfect. So you have 15 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. I'm Makosi Mapanga, and today I'll be presenting our paper, which is examining the marketing communication strategies adopted by the grocery retailers in attracting customers. Okay, the outline of the presentation includes introduction and problem, literature review, findings, conclusion, and also the recommendations. Okay, in today's highly competitive and rapidly evolving market landscape, the grocery retail sector has faced extraordinary challenges, particularly due to the significant transformation that was brought by the COVID-19 pandemic. So the consumer behavior was drastically shifted, and it was influenced by dynamic retail market conditions. And this sector has had a continually adapt to through effective marketing communication strategies, therefore to attract and retain customers. The marketing communication strategies are so important for grocery retailers to navigate this complex environment. In ensuring the business sustainability, however, there was a notable gap in the industry understanding the marketing communication strategies that are being employed by the managers and marketing stores owners in order to attract the customers. Okay, the previous research has also highlighted the importance of marketing communication strategies in influencing consumer behavior and in achieving business and advancements. Yet comprehensive insights into the practical implement and effective of these strategies within the industry of the grocery retail stores were limited. So this study aimed to address this gap by examining the marketing communication strategies that are being exactly implemented by the marketing communication managers in the grocery retail sector. Okay, to cover in our theoretical literature, this study employed the communications theory, which emphasizes that communication is a dynamic, ongoing process which involves multiple feedback loops, interactive negotiations, and continuous adaptation based on the feedback. The feedback could be based in terms of the customers or the clients, depending on what are your offerings in your grocery retail sector. And the theory was also developed by this author, which is the Lowell's model, which breaks down a communication into the sender, message, medium, and receiver, which also provides a structured approach to analyze communication effectiveness. Taylor also in 2002 developed the Montrose CO model, which also focusing on the core orientation and the continuous negotiation of the relationship, which can also be based in a relationship between the buyer and the seller. In this case, the grocery retail sector. Becker in 2014 also advanced this OO approach by highlighting that communication constructs social reality through participatory interactions. So all in all, the theory advocates for viewing communication as this process where the strategies are continuously defined or refined to better engage with the target markets of the grocery retail industry. It underscores the importance of an agile approach to communication, ensuring that there is a relevance and effectiveness in the marketing sector, delivering the messages to the target market. Okay, now we're looking at the empirical literature, which is the comparison of what other scholars have said in their previous studies. So the first author used the communication model, which he was in South Africa, and the second author was in Zimbabwe. They found that the results that the impacts of a sender, content, medium, and message on recipient response, there are the significant strategies that they can dwell in and implement more on engaging with the customers. Okay, another author in 2014 used the effectiveness of the AIDA model. The author was in South Africa, and he found that while an AIDA is useful, it does not account for nonlinear consumer behavior. So this model was found not efficient for the study that they were conducting. Another author in 2014 also concluded that well-implemented marketing communication strategies significantly increase business sales and consumer or customer engagement. It was also found that a comprehensive marketing communication strategy and marketing mix enhances the brand visibility and consumer loyalty. So now we're going to focus on the theory that we implemented or we employed in this study, having had to look at what other scholars have been using in terms of the literature. So we employed the communication theory, which has a continuous and omnidirectional process of interaction and adaptation. So this theory also involves multiple feedback loops and ongoing negotiations. The negotiations can be in terms of when the customer are in the store, what is it that they are then negotiating with the seller. So this communication theory helps the interaction between the buyer and the seller in the grocery retail sector. So this theory has contributed in our study to highlight the dynamic and adaptive nature of the marketing communication. It also has provided us with the insights into how grocery retail adjusts strategies based on feedback and the market trends. Okay, on our findings, as we were finding out on examining the marketing communication strategies that are being adapted by these grocery retail stores in order to attract these customers. As there has been a shift due to pandemic, people were now moving into buying online rather than going to queue in the stores because they were avoiding being affected by several diseases. Okay, the grocery retail stores, it was found that they also adjusted in terms of giving the customers an easy way to then interact with them. Okay, our findings is that we found that the grocery retail stores use business sustainable strategy. They use the strategy to ensure the seamless operations, financial planning, and align the marketing channels. The other strategy that they use, that we found, is that they use the customer loyalty strategy. So they use the engagement and understanding needs of their target market in order to effectively communicate with them and deliver the offerings that will satisfy their needs. The last, which is the third strategy that we found, is that they use the effective consumer acquisition strategy. So this strategy, they use it in the selling propositions, their target marketing, and consistent messaging. They use different medium of communicating with the customer, such as social media, in order to easily engage. They do surveys and give back to the needs of their customers. So in conclusion, we have concluded that the marketing communication strategies are so important in the grocery retail sector for the communication to be smooth and effective with their customers, for them to attract their customers to come and buy to them, because when you are running a retail store, you have your competitors. So they make sure that in order to gain this competitive edge, they promote their business and be well known. We also conclude that strategies identified include business sustainability, customer loyalty, and effective customer acquisition, of which these are the strategies that are more implemented in the grocery retail stores, and they are being used in a way that they are effectively giving them revenue in the industry. Also, we conclude the contribution to contemporary literature and a new insight. We have contributed to the existing literature by giving out these marketing strategies, of which the other scholars were not able to identify. Particularly in South Africa, there were limited studies that are based on these marketing communication strategies. Okay, we also recommend for the retailers, particularly which were our participants, that there should be a continuous adaptation of the market trends. They should ensure that whatever that they do, they also check what is it that is happening outside the world and align their businesses with the trends. Okay, they need to have enhanced the use of social media and digital marketing. As in our finding, it was more found that social media is the most recent used medium that they use to communicate with their customers or proprietary customers. Okay, also the regular customers' feedback and engagement strategies are so pivotal for them so that they can easily get client referrals from those they have given feedback and they are satisfied with their service. For future research, we recommend that there can be a study on the exploration on the marketing communication effectiveness in different retail sectors. Also, we recommend that there can be an examine the role of social media as a marketing communication strategy. This comes from our finding that social media was found as the most used communication medium in most of the other countries, including South Africa. However, there is less of the contribution in terms of research in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Ms. McPherson. And I would like to open the floor for questions, comments, suggestions. Any comments? Okay. If there's no comments or question, I think we can give her another round of applause. Okay. All right, so we move on to the next presenter. That's Mr. Moses. Mr. Vincent?
Yes, I'll be with you.
Okay. So can you stop sharing your screen, please? Chapter. Minutes. Okay. Good afternoon once again, very senior colleagues, my friends, my bosses. We're back again. At this time, we want to look at the other international financing option for growth and development. And we're looking at aid for trade. Aid for trade. But in our conversation, or in the discussion, the focus of this paper, we will not just look at aid for trade. We would also want to look at how political proximity, a concept that was coined by some scholars, but have not received enough. So, okay. That is yet to be investigated to some certain degree. While this concept has been conceptualized or has been discussed in the terrain of political economy, we'll take it a bit further by trying to come up with a metric, an index for political proximity. And we will explain our step. We'll show how we arrived at that index. And in fact, that index proves to be the novelty of this paper. Because in the past, the conversation about political proximity or political connection has always been in the context of the voting pattern of aid donors and their recipient countries. In most cases, in the United Nations, when votes are being casted with respect to certain issues globally, the political connection is often defined. By most scholars, it has always been the pattern to define political connection by the voting pattern of the donor countries and that of the recipient countries. And in most cases, you see that the recipient countries would always want to vote in the direction of their donors in an attempt to be politically correct, as they say in that balance. So that is what this paper is all about. We want to see how this political connection can influence the effectiveness or the impact of aid for trade on trade performance. So
We'll try to be very fast because we don't have enough time. So we try to just give an introduction that aid for trade is good. It's good. It's expected to yield positive impact on a recipient country's exports, including the import. However, challenges may arise due to political misalignment and ideological differences between donors and the recipient governments. We have identified these factors that could lead to this to be increasing transaction costs, eroding trust, and limiting technical assistance for trade. We have also highlighted that trade is a very pivotal instrument for supporting developing countries in their pursuit of improved trade performance. We also argued in this paper that political proximity between donor and recipient countries has a mediating effect on the impact of aid for trade on trade facilitations, and its spillover effect among African countries has a vital implication for AfCFTA. I would like to mention at this point that this paper is a work in progress. So some of the ideas we have for this paper, we've not exhausted them. So we'll just give you a tip of what we've done so far. Okay, so the problems. Now to the problems. Foreign aid isn't about altruism. It's multifaceted. It's a dance of politics, development, and power dynamics. So when you see a donor willing to disburse a certain amount of money, these three factors are playing together. Politics, development, and power dynamics. There's a donor perspective to aid, and there's also the recipient perspective to aid. What is the donor expecting from disbursing aid? What is the recipient's perspective about receiving aid? So these are very important issues. There is also the issue of the implication of political misalignment between donors and recipients for inter-African trade. If you look at the map on the screen, you will see a map that gives us an idea of how misalignment could be a problem for African countries. Now we have a new key. We have a new key on the block. We have the confederation formed between Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. They call themselves the Alliance of Sahelan States. This is a problem that is brewing already, and it has implications for after. If you look at the position of these countries, the three countries, see them, they are colored in red. You can see that the shared borders with other African countries, meaning that what is playing within these three countries, within this new kid in the block, could have implications for other countries around. Because if they come up with trade policies that will mean that all other countries cannot pass through the country to move to other countries, it becomes a problem. So that is exactly the problem that we've also identified, and why we want to look at this political proximity. Well, the focus of this study, most studies have always tried to examine the economic implications of the effectiveness of trade, or the role economic factors play in the effectiveness of trade. But this study, though we build on those studies, will lay emphasis on the political economy of aid for trade, starting from the observation that vested interests frequently oppose the liberalization of trade with developed countries, which hold for import into these countries and for their exports. The novelty in this study, like I mentioned, is that unlike previous study, that primarily relied on the voting patterns within the United Nations Security Council, our approach emphasizes the examination of political ideologies and democratic practices evident in both donor and recipient countries. Specifically, to measure these political ideologies and and democratic practices, we computed a political proximity index, which is a ratio that quantifies the alignment or divergence of political stances between the donors and the recipients. We looked at some literature, and we even a very recent literature, 2024, the literature by Drera et al. They examined the effectiveness of aid as it is premised on taking donor motives into action. So our paper is also trying to see if donors' political motive is a key factor in the effectiveness of aid for trade. Like I said, this paper is about aid for trade and not aid and not total aid per se. We looked at some stylized facts. Okay, 5 minutes. Looked at some stylized facts about the disbursement of aid. And so I also want to mention that in our computation of our political proximity index, we looked at the donors. There are different donors that disburses aid to different countries. Sometimes you have only Canada and Korea disbursing at a particular point in time. So what we did was to ensure that we identified the donors and we identified the recipients. So for bilateral aid for trade, which was the focus, because in an attempt to ascertain the political proximity, we had to be sure that the aid we're looking at is bilateral aid and not multilateral aid. Because it's about the countries that are actually disbursing this aid and not a multilateral aid. And that was what we did here. We saw the role United States and the United Kingdom occupied. And this shows us the aid for trade darlings and orphans in Africa. As we can see, Egypt is occupying a darling position as against Nigeria and South Africa that are occupying the orphan position, irrespective of the fact that South Africa's position is a bit better than where Nigeria stands. We also showed this table showing the donors, the bilateral donors. We see that countries like the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, Canada appears to be showing in every country's the bilateral donor list, meaning that they play a very significant role in the disbursement of aid for trade. So, in an attempt to situate this work in the context of the theme of this conference, we looked at dependent variables that reflect on what we're trying to achieve, and which are the product concentration and diversification indices of export and import. Our independent variables is the bilateral aid for trade, and the one we actually tried to adjust the data so that it will not look like there will be too much there will be too much disparity. So we divided the aid for trade by the GDP. And the political proximity, we computed that by the ratio of average democracy index of all bilateral donors to that of the democracy index of recipient countries. So for recipient A, let's say for South Africa has its own democracy index. The donors, US and the rest, we took the average democracy index. Then for us to ascertain the proximity, we took the ratio that is, we divided South Africa's democracy index by the average democracy index of all the donor countries to be able to ascertain how close or how far South Africa's political ideology is from the donor countries. So that was what we did. And this is a summary statistics. Then this scatter plot shows that Egypt is there, up there. We can see that its ideology, the political proximity between Egypt and its donors tend to be very close, and that is why you can also see bilateral aid that was disbursed. see Egypt up there. That is the aid that was aid disbursed is on the vertical axis, while the political proximity is on the horizontal axis. Like I said, it's a work in progress. So we only estimated some static models. If you look at the static models we estimated, you will see that for import, for trade concentration, import has the bilateral trade for aid had a negative impact on import. But the moment we brought in the interactive variable to show the political proximity, it had a positive impact on a trade concentration. Then for export, if you also see, you see that for export, it is positive. It is positive without the interactive variable. But the moment we introduce the interactive variable, it became negative and also statistically significant. It portends danger for Africa and AfCFTA with respect to trade, because it means that the concentration of the goods that are being imported as a result of the interactive variable is positive. It will be importing more concentrated goods as against our export. Then for the diversification, it also shows the same thing. We are importing more diversified goods as against what we are exporting. So it clearly shows that these countries, though they're not really interested in what is happening, but even if they're interested, they are interested in the direction of what they are going to sell to their recipients, who happens to be the African countries. And that is why we have become the dumping ground for countries like the US and the rest, and even China is also taking a very good posture in this regard by bringing in a whole lot of goods into our country. But what are we exporting? What is the level of diversification? What is the level of concentration of the goods that we're exporting? This political proximity interactive variable that we came up with has been able to show that it favors the donors. It therefore aligns with the findings of one of the authors, who said that the vested interest of the donor must be taken into consideration in our conversation about the effectiveness of aid. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we now open the floor for questions, either online or yeah. Okay, Prof. Can we have the mic?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I'm wondering why you did the research, to be honest. Let me be blunt. I mean, because I don't think it's a question to be asked whether the donor is donating for his own interests. I don't think that question even comes up at all. So your first slide, your first point says, and I Googled aid for trade as you were speaking, and you know I'm a moron here, so these things I'm hearing them for the first time. Your first slide says aid for trade is expected to yield positive impacts for the recipient. That's complete hogwash. And there's another slide that says the aid is to support developing countries. That's not true. Everybody knows that's not true. But you yourself have said it. That is not true. And even the very idea of aid, Africa has been receiving aid since forever. For us thinking of the development of Africa and allowing our mind to stray towards aid as a possible support for growth and development, I think it's a mind-boggling thing for me to make that. What I think, and maybe because I'm a moron here, would have been that we are thinking of how to get off trade, not aid, I beg your pardon, and not how to get into aid. I don't think there's anything more. I mean, that's the main point. To validate, I see what you are saying. You said the same things I'm saying, except in different terms. But what I suspect is because some of the dominant literature on this, like what I glanced through when I saw your title, are saying these things. I would have expected that as African scholars, you would be saying the opposite from the get-go. You would be saying They say the WTO, there are documents there. They say aid for trade is this. I expect Africans to say, that's not the point. That's not true. For me as an African, that would be more beneficial to me. If you immediately go from the beginning to say, no, this is wrong, this is the route we are supposed to take. But you seem to be on both sides. Saying it is what it is, and then going to say, but we know it's not what it is.
Thank you very much, Prof. The reality is that like you will agree with me that there are always a mix of findings. If you check literature, you will also see that there are findings that supports the effectiveness of aid generally, and even aid for trade. That is why we have the critics and the proponents of aid for trade, or even aid generally.
Okay, can you give such one example of an African country that benefited on this basis? Just one.
On the basis of aid.
For instance, the US helped in trade, and then the aid better off.
If you look at the position of Egypt, you will confirm that Egypt has benefited.
Like how?
The composition of Egypt's export is far better than what we have. And if you look at the donors to Egypt, to the donors of aid of trade to Egypt, aid for trade to Egypt, they include Africa, United States, United Kingdom, and the rest. But like I said, Prof, I'm not arguing with you that we don't have positions, findings telling us categorically that aid is bad. But we have had instances where findings will also tell us that aid is good. So it's a two-way thing. And like I said, the novelty about this paper is that we know quite all right from the literature we've reviewed that we've seen instances where some have even concluded, some papers have concluded, some authors have concluded that as far as this category of aid is concerned, and these categories of aid, we refer to them as aid for what we call complementary factors. There are aids for physical capital, and there are aids for complementary factors. Aid for trade, aid for human capital, aid for governance quality, aid for financial development. All these are aids for complementary factors. There are arguments that aid for complementary factors perform better than aid for physical capital. And now we are saying, okay, if this is the context, and some have argued that the major factor with examining or investigating the role a political connection plays is to just look at it from the perspective of the voting pattern of the recipients and the donors at the UN Security Council. We have also said that could be faulty. And that is why, like you said, that's why are we doing this paper? We're doing this paper because we want to really confirm, if we look at political connection from another perspective, if it will give us a different result or not. And from what we've done, it is obvious that it is consistent with the other perspective for measuring political connection that has been used by other scholars. So it becomes more revealing to us that irrespective of the perspective you look at it from, political connection would always impact negatively on the relationship between aid for trade and trade performance.
Thank you. I think Dr. Maduko can talk to you.
No, I just want to comment.
Okay, sorry, can we have Prof comment?
Prof, at this, I just like to make a comment. You asked a very valid question. See, one thing that when aid comes that we don't discuss in these papers. It comes, it depends the recipient, how powerful is the recipient. If the recipient is powerful, then you can say, look, I don't take your aid, I will not accept your conditions. And it happened in case of India. They said, no, we don't want to take your aid back. If you want to get them, these are our take it. We are beggar, but we'll beg on our own conditions. Now the question is, there's another type of beggar. We are beggar, but we'll obey whatever condition you put. And that's where the problem is. So if you are a beggar and the conditions are put by the donor, then you will have a negative effect. If you are a beggar and you beg on your own conditions, and then maybe you will have a positive effect. I think that assumption we generally don't discuss, but that's what the whole philosophy is behind. I think that probably should clear up some of the messages from this. That's why we test this, but most of the time they say aid is counter economic most of the time. Because who take aid? Poor people. And poor people don't have begging power, bargaining power. Poor countries. And then it will have negative effect.
But that's precisely what I'm saying, because you have said, you just concluded now by saying poor people don't have bargaining power. So how can they set the conditions for their begging?
No, but we can put the conditions for begging. Depends how powerful you are. Like India was a poor country, but put the condition. Say, no, we don't want your aid. If you put this condition, take your aid back. So if you are politically powerful, you can put condition.
So last question. Thank you, Prof. Jawad. I think you mentioned a very strong point in terms of one, the size and structure of the economy of the recipient. You have the infrastructure to be able to multiply the aid for you to multiply the aid. So I think that's very important. And also number two, probably the ability to bargain and say, okay, we can give us the aid, but if these are the conditions, we won't take it. But I mean, to a lesser extent, depending with the type of aid, because there are certain type of aid where probably donors are paying school fees for primary school. The impact of that will take longer to be realized. But the parents couldn't afford fees, the child gets to school funded up until university, gets to get independent, any income. So that will be probably very difficult to because trade also needs skills.
Yeah.
You understand? You will trade needs skills that are funded from. So it's very difficult to measure. But my point was, because let's take me to your recommendation, to your conclusion.
Okay, no conclusion. I just
because I wanted to say, so how do we reconcile knowing that aid it benefits the one who gives us? I mean, so what are the implications? Do we say we don't need it because it doesn't benefit us, it benefits the lender? Okay, that's number two. How do we reconcile now with the deficit that we have in terms of capacity to develop our trading strength, infrastructure for us to be able to initialize? Because we have a deficit in terms of funding to initialize. But at the same time, the one who's giving us aid to be able to initialize for us to be able to trade is benefiting more than we are, which means we're remaining poor, which is Prof's point. We're remaining poor. But so how do we reconcile that crisis that we aren't benefiting as we're supposed to be? The one who's giving us money is benefiting more than we are. So we remain poor. So I don't know how we can reconcile it.
Okay.
I know it's work in progress, but I don't know.
Like you rightly alluded to, the existing conditions in a recipient country is one of the determinants to the extent to which aid can be effective. It's a given. For example, I've seen instances where aid comes, and because of the system, the political and the administrative level of corruption in government, those aids are even embezzled. In some instances, there's even what we refer to as aid fungibility, where aid for a particular purpose is given, and the government decides to use that aid for another purpose, especially if that aid is a budget support and not a project intervention. So you now realize that in the context of the effectiveness of aid, like you rightly mentioned, the existing conditions in the recipient country, the form, the flow of the aid, the type of the aid, the level of development in that country is also a factor. That is why we said this is a work in progress, because we also intend to examine it for low income and middle income country to be able to establish if this kind of conditions, the type of the aid, is it project intervention, is it budget support, is it a loan or a grant, how all these factors can also influence the effectiveness of aid for trade. We will do that in this paper.
When somebody is giving you aid, I mean, it might have it also benefits them. It's a demand enhancement technique. If I give you aid, you buy from me. Okay. That's what is basically happening. And it might also benefit the donor. So what's wrong with that? Free trade says, okay, I might be benefited by $20 and the donor may be benefited by $40. It's okay. Both are better off. There is no jealousy kind of thing. Okay, I'm getting 25, you're getting 40. No problem with that. So that's one simple thing. But what matters is that the power of donation to the donor. And if donor doesn't make a right reason, it can harm us. A good example I'll give you. In early 80s, the World Bank and IMF gave aid to Africa to promote primary education. And they said higher education is not important in Africa. It's a recorded case. You can go in. And then after a while, they realized there's a problem of higher education. Okay, there are not even enough human capital to meet the needs of the countries. And we have to reinvest and we have a problem. So see, that's what can happen. If this was a system, we could decide as a country what we will know it better than the IMF official or World Bank official. So I know we need more more engineers, we need more scientists, we need more lawyers. We will then program accordingly. So that's the idea. So I don't think you can say aid is completely bad or aid is completely good. It all depends what are the intentions. And depending on that. So so you should be also a smart person or smart country to take the aid. You know, if you want to take, if you just want to ban and take the money, nobody is gonna give you free money. It will come with some conditions like this. So be smart. If you want to beg smartly. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Prof, for that closing remark. Be a smart beggar. All right, so I think we are gradually rounding up. So I would like to invite Miss, I hope I pronounce very well, Kelebongile. Kelebongile. Yes. Okay. So the floor is yours. So you can share your screen.
Okay.
I hope you can hear us. Okay.
Okay. Good day. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you put it on the slide mode, please?
Is the slide not shared?
It's sharing, but can you put it on slide mode? On presentation mode.
On presentation mode.
Then go to slideshow. Go to slideshow.
The wine glass.
No, up.
Slide
Go up.
show.
No, up. Yeah. Move to the
And-
left. Okay.
On video, no. Oh, slide.
Go to slideshow. Yeah.
Okay, here. Is it fine? Is it okay?
Not yet. You click on slideshow, please.
I right click, right? And then
No. Not that.
Then go to the wine glass down there.
Okay, can you go down to the wine glass?
oh, okay. Go there.
Yeah, but the plus or minus there.
Where you see plus or minus.
The realities of the digital divide.
Okay, probably can just continue if you are finding.
Okay, let me just see if it's here. So you're not able to see my screen?
We can see it, but it will be better if it's on presentation mode.
I'm struggling.
Please,
I'm
you can
really,
go
really...
ahead because of our time. Sorry, you can go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm very,
So you
very
have
sorry.
15 minutes.
Okay. Okay, good day. My name is Kelebohile Kekakile, and I'm very pleased to have been given this opportunity to present at the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The title of my research paper is Imagining Special Economic Zones in Africa Continental Free Trade Area with specific focus on the DRC Zambia SEZ. Just a quick introduction. The special economic zones are critical policy instruments implemented by nation states to promote economic diversification, and they are geographically delimited areas. They have special policies. They normally enjoy special incentives such as removal of export and import duties. And then in 2022, the Democratic Republic of Congo and Zambia provided for the establishment of the SEZ to participate in the battery value chain. And some of the key partners in that cooperation agreement, it is the African Export-Import Bank and the Economic Commission for Africa. And this coincides with Africa's efforts to attain value addition in production. And the Africa Continental Free Trade present opportunities for spillovers not only on national economies, but also across the continent. So what exactly are SEZs? They normally cluster infrastructure, human capital, and funding, and they have been greatly studied in agglomeration and growth poles theories. The nature and capacities of SEZs as growth pole models should expose firms to international market by promoting entrepreneurial capacities and transfer of knowledge. And they are found in at least 47 of the 54 African countries. Mauritius has been the classical example of Africa's success, and they've now moved from textile industry to other economic sectors. So why are SEZs vital for economic policy? They're vital because they provide foreign direct investment, increased GDP, employment opportunities, new policies get to be tested to promote economies of scale. And like I said, they've got spillover effects, and that would be of technology, new markets, and human capital. They've had setbacks, but despite those setbacks, they have also been opted as key vehicles of these new decarbonized economies. And that is just a brief summary of the special economic zones that are in Africa, and most of them, as you can see, are found in Kenya and others, but you'll see that Zambia and the DRC are not on the list because they've not really been doing so well. So what exactly is the battery value chain? It's just, it's a continuation of the traditional lead acid battery value chain, which has the upstream, midstream, and downstream stages. And at the moment, Africa is pretty much active in the upstream stage, they've not progressed, or we've not progressed rather, into the midstream or the downstream stages of production. So the further you go up into the battery value chain, it's the more profit you are able to get. And that is one of the reasons why the DRC, Zambia, SEZ wants to actually go into the midstream and downstream stages of production. And so does the DRC and Zambia have potential for the BVC? Yes, it does, because of both nation states are currently active in the upstream stage. They have comparative advantage of minerals. The DRC is the leading cobalt producer. Zambia is the second largest producer of copper in Africa, and they both have potential for hydropower, although it has not been adequately tapped into. And then, you know, as far as capital is concerned, you have increased mining levies from the DRC that generates capital, besides that coming from the FDI. And there's been a recent renegotiation of a deal with the Chinese government that will bring in $7 million. And also, another opportunity for revenue is that due to the increased demand of these minerals, you know, the commodity boom, more capital is able to come into the nation state, so that you don't necessarily just rely on FDI. And it also promotes savings, which is very much needed for this production to take place. But then the problem is that although there is immense potential, the SEZs are normally not well integrated into national and regional planning, and now they're faced with trade liberalization, the shifts that are in trade liberalization, rather, geopolitical rivalry, the economic distress following COVID, unilateralism and protectionism. And Africa is also going through a double transition, because first we are to go through the transition towards renewable energy, but we are also to go through transition that we need to actually explore the critical mineral resources to support new technologies. And our economies are also very small at the moment, and we do not enjoy the economies of scale that are emanating from that advantage of firm size. And we have lack of infrastructure. Also, another thing is there's lack of infrastructural support. And then a continuation, now the SEZs are subjected to environmental laws due to environmental depletion. The state is now becoming a critical economic actor, which is good, but also we have issues of weak governance, corruption. There's geopolitical competition, protectionism that I've spoken about, European autonomy, where European countries are now moving away from China. And these obviously have implications on trade, deglobalization that was spoken about yesterday. A few speakers actually reiterated that we're not coming together, we are actually pulling apart. And these obviously have implications on SEZs. The high-tech skills that are needed that at the moment we do not have, and the spatial inequalities that come with construction of SEZs, where most of them are actually in towns, and there are arguments that they are actually promoting spatial inequalities, broadening the gap between urban and rural development that one of the speakers also spoke about yesterday. And the vulnerabilities that are in the battery value chain, especially in the DRC, there's human rights violations, poverty, well, in both countries now. And then both the sectors in Zambia and the DRC are both largely informal. And there's also the collapse of state institutions, conflict minerals, and inequalities in trade. And then the next one is, so how does the Africa Continental Free Trade, what does it have to offer to the DRC SEZ? Is that it recognizes the establishment and operation of SEZ. It supports economic markets by strengthening regional value chains, which are very important, so that before we are actually plugged to the global value chains, we are plugged also to the regional value chains. And there's also preferential treatment, which is very beneficial for mineral security or mineral sourcing from different nation states across the continent where those inputs are needed in the precursor plant. And also it provides for, this is what a lot of speakers have spoken about, the easy mobility of products, services, and people. And also it protects infants sectors, dispute settlements that one of the speakers spoke about yesterday. And it strengthens linkages in midstream and downstream production. There are gigafactories that are to be constructed in, for example, South Africa and Morocco, and they are very important because they're also in the midstream production. So if you have the African Continental Free Trade being successfully implemented, all these gigafactories could actually be integrated and cooperate. The Africa Continental Free Trade removes the trade barriers, and it promotes the outward or export-led orientation. So meaning that it promotes trade openness, that it's not only beneficial for the nation states, but for the entire continent. So the recommendations that I have, I will try to quickly go through them. Inclusive development. The Pamoja Critical Minerals Forum is a civil society in the DRC and Zambia, and they have raised concerns that this project is not inclusive, that there hasn't been adequate consultation. So there needs to be consultation, because these are issues that need to be addressed before the project can actually take off. And there should be commitment of nation states, of other nation states, to actually ratify and implement the Africa Continental Free Trade. Protectionism and preferential treatment of goods cannot on their own promote or enhance the productivity of the DRC and Zambia SEZ, because you still need to have the nation states investing in other factors of production like labor and technology. And there should be investment across the entire continent. We should invest more in common goods, and that is education, entrepreneurship, health, peace, and security. Because you can't have the Africa Continental Free Trade promoting a movement of people, for example, but then there are studies that have actually shown that people who are less educated are not able to move so well between countries. So for us to actually, we will have these mechanisms, but we need to actually empower our people to be moving in between. And an educated workforce, that's what I've been talking about. It has greater mobility due to specialized skills. And China has invested, for example, in vocational training for investors, for innovation, and we should do the same. We should build infrastructure across the nation state to encourage movement of people. So with SEZ, basically the infrastructure is normally very good where it is based, but then when you are within the country, it's not so good. So if we are to make this very inclusive, we need to not just promote movement of people between countries, but we should promote movement of people within the nation states. And lastly, we need to have critical mineral governance of our own that is able to support capable institutions to redress the resource curse, which other scholars have reiterated that it is likely to be renewed with these decarbonized economic markets. And we should deploy there should be a deployment of policies to secure regional supply of minerals. Conflict mitigation, I cannot stress this enough. It needs to be there, especially considering that in the east of the DRC, there's a lot of conflict going there. So we need to have an enabling environment. We cannot just promote economic development and not enhance other freedoms where people are safe, where people are healthy, where people don't have to worry about their lives. The DRC and Zambia should formalize the mining sector because there's a lot of artisanal mining in both nation states, especially in the DRC. And this will eliminate conflict mineral. This will eliminate also illicit financial flows, illicit flows of minerals. And if you have it formalized, then the minerals can move into formalized entities such as the DRC, Zambia, SEZ. So in a nutshell, I'm just reiterating that development should not be in the absence of enhancing other factors that are very important. And the DRC, Zambia, SEZ carries immense potential that can not only be maximized by nation states for reasons that I've given, such as, we have our country, we have not, this is also something that has been reiterated by many speakers, that we haven't been manufacturing. We do not have the advantage that the multinational companies normally have. So we need to actually look beyond the SEZ, beyond the nation state. So as a continental mechanism, the African Continental Free Trade enables regional value chains that can be plugged into value chains, and it needs to be supported by integrating national and regional development planning. And that is all coming from me. I thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for this. A round of applause. Yeah, thank you very much for that presentation. So I would like to open the floor for questions, comments, suggestions. I know we are tired, but.
Okay.
And Christoph, you can proceed, Dr. Mzue. Okay. Sorry, you're muted, please.
Hello? Okay.
Okay, we can hear you.
Yes, I would like I would like to congratulate you on a good presentation. But there's a suggestion that I have, and that I think everyone, all of us, as we've been discussing, the AFCFTA, the AFCFTA for these 2 days. The only component that is missing in the AFCFTA is the African customer. So we've got nice policies. Everything is it's supply side. We need to now start to invest on the demand side of the African Continental Free Trade Area. So I think as a whole, the missing component on your presentation is looking for those initiatives where the African customer, the African consumer is being championed to be the driver, to be the end point of the value chain, so that we take it from, at least take a huge chunk of it out of resources flowing to Europe, and then actually have them be used and consumed in Africa. And I know that opens a very big can of worms about why Africans have low incomes, why the financial system is unstable, and jobs, employment, etc. But I think to balance the AfCFTA equation, we are working on the supply side. Let's venture. Your presentation brings us to that door where we now can take steps to venture to champion the African consumer, putting money in the pockets of Africans to be able to buy the very own goods that they are producing. I think we'll achieve a higher equilibrium between production and consumption in Africa, thus driving the AfCFTA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that's a comment. I hope you're taking note of that. Any other question? All right, so we'll come to that very moment, the last presentation. So I'd like to invite Mr. Mchengo. Sorry, Ms. Kelly-Bongile, can you please unshare? What to you?
Oh, my presentation. You're Muli, when I was born.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamsang Mchengu, and I'm the very last presenter. Because I think I was approached last week that I need to write something on Africa trade. Mine is not a paper per se, but it's my thought. I'm trying to create an argument based on the possible effect of Africa trade and on industrial development in South Africa. Sorry, it's supposed to show there. I think it's the copying and pasting from Microsoft Word. It left out South Africa. The possible effect of Africa trade area agreements on industrial development in South Africa, not in the rest of Africa. So basically, trade agreements in general are primarily aimed at bringing or rather liberalizing trade through the lowering or complete removal of trade barriers such as import tariffs and quotas. So trade agreements may be between two countries or more, and the common purpose is to integrate the markets of participating countries with an aim of, in the end, achieving economic development, realizing economic growth, and basically opening up the market and trying to lower prices in those countries that are involved in the agreement. And also, economists have a significant influence on trade policy and offer compelling arguments in favor of free trade and the elimination of trade barriers. So, likewise, the goal of the African Continental Free Trade Area trade agreement among African Union member states is to establish a unified
continental market for the for products and services that allows for unrestricted investment and business travel, amongst other things. So this agreement is between 54 out of the 55 AU members. And it is the largest free trade area in the world in terms of member count. So the African Continental Free Trade Area trade agreement is aimed at impacting commerce, industrial development, and economic expansion throughout the continent. So, like I said, that the Africa Trade Agreement seeks to remove trade barriers so as to create a regional market where the member countries are able to freely trade. And also one of the major objectives is industrial development. However, on the other hand, trade barriers are aimed at trying to protect newly formed or developing industries from international competition until they reach a mature and competitive stage. And also, trade barriers are aimed at defending sectors of the economy like energy, technology, and defense that are deemed essential to most of the country's interests. And also, they are there to prevent import from undercutting locally produced goods and services in order to protect domestic jobs. And also, they are there to minimize the risk of job losses in industries that are vulnerable to foreign competition. And also, obtaining money from import duties, which particularly in emerging economies can be a substantial source of income for the government. Like yesterday, there was a question asking that if we lower trade barriers or remove them completely, they were a source of income to the African countries. What are we going to use to replace such revenue? And then there was an answer that unfortunately they cannot be replaced. They cannot be. The gap cannot be closed fully. So let us look at the theoretical foundations, basically that promote trade. Like I said, that most economists, mercantilists, they are for trade. They think that through trade will be countries are able to develop. So in the 18th century, Adam Smith suggested the concept of absolute advantage, which is a fundamental principle in economics. Absolute advantage refers to the ability a country or individual or a firm to produce a good or service more efficiently than the other country or than the other entity, using fewer resources or producing more output with the same resources. So that's an absolute advantage. It is realized especially by those countries that are more efficient in producing goods over other countries. And when it comes to trade, given absolute advantage, those countries that are able to produce efficiently, they are the winners in trade. However, 31 years later, in the 19th century, there was an economist called David Ricardo who tried to upgrade the theory of absolute advantage by introducing a comparative advantage, which basically states that or suggests that a country may have an absolute advantage on the production of a certain good over another. But at the end of the day, given the opportunity costs of producing both countries can realize equal gains through specialization on the good that a country experiences a lower opportunity cost when it comes to production. And then again, later, later, they say that since Ricardo proposed the law of comparative advantage, the world has undergone significant change in recent decades. Economists have adjusted their theories to take into account the trade of labor and capital, the expansion of supply chains that now account for a large portion of global trade, and the success of neo-mercantilist nations in achieving rapid growth. Then in the 20th century, there were two people, Hexa and Ohlin. Ohlin was the student who was being supervised by Hexa, and they came up with a Hexa-Ohlin theory, which seek to extend the theory by Ricardo of comparative advantage, stating that also countries, when they want to trade, or firms, instead of only looking at comparative advantage based on opportunity cost of productivity of production, they can also look at the opportunity cost of the factors of production, like saying that the country, to realize comparative advantage, may specialize on the production of a good on which it has an abundant endowment when it comes to that particular factor of production that is being used. So it says it's similar to the comparative advantage by Ricardo, but it is based on factor endowment. So these three theories basically advise my argument of the case of South Africa, because there are some things that we experienced in previous agreements as far as industrialization is concerned. So that's what also I'm going to just use in making my argument. So let us look at the South African case now, so that we're able to combine it with the mercantilist theories to see whether the Africa Trade Agreements is going to benefit South Africa as far as industrialization is concerned, or not, or we are going to have a little bit of both. Of course, there's no econometrics in it. It's just an observation using just a scenario. So industries in South Africa deal with a variety of opportunities and difficulties, despite having an abundant natural resources, a robust banking industry, and various agricultural and manufacturing skills. Like, for instance, maybe if we look at the current trade in South Africa, trade relations with the rest of the African region, we can see that we have a host of South African firms already operating in the African region. So these are industries in the retail sector. As you can see, Shoprite and Pick n Pay they are operating in various countries in our region, and also our telecommunications, banking and financial services, and also energy and oil. We have Sasol operating in some of the countries in Southern Africa as well as Northern Africa. We have Murray and Roberts, Tiger Brands, Naspers. We also supply energy to some of the SADC countries. So it means that as far as Africa trade is concerned, we are exporting to Africa. And as you can see, most of the companies that are listed there, they provide goods and services that are not raw material, but finished goods and services, which is an advantage again in theory, that if in these trade agreements where there are no barriers, to be more competitive, you need not to be the supplier of unfinished goods or raw materials, but you need to strive to supply goods that have value add or finished goods. So already we can say that Africa trade will benefit South Africa because these already existing South African companies that are in these African countries, they can even supply more, they can expand, because as you can see, as they are operating, especially Pick n Pay and ShopriteGiant, for them to, for their trucks, when they cross the borders to other countries, they pay tariffs and other forms of, and experience other forms of restrictions, which impact on the price and their competitiveness in the region. So if the trade barriers are lowered, it means that they will be even more competitive in the African region. So already now that would impact industrialization, because it means that South Africa will have to manufacture more of what is being already supplied to the rest of Africa, and also new entrants can, because you'll find that these barriers are blocking other companies there or other South African firms that wish to operate in to export to the African region. So that's a good side. So, and also the goal of the existing South Africa's protectionism policy is to safeguard national security, maintain employment, and foster local economic growth by enforcing a variety of policies to shield its own sectors from foreign competition. So in South Africa, trade barriers such as tariffs, import restrictions, and subsidies are examples of protectionism, of protecting our industries. And also in South Africa, trade barriers are used to encourage the development of new and developing sectors of the economy, such as manufacturing, technology, and renewable energy. Tariffs and quotas on agricultural imports also to promote, protect local farmers and promote food security. There's various programs aimed at protecting our agricultural producers from competition from the rest of the world. So which means that if the barriers are removed, most of the programs that we have, it means that now there will be a change in terms, we need as South Africa to look for other ways of protecting these industries, because previous trade agreements have shown that when we open or when we eliminate trade barriers, our industry, local industry suffer. Like for instance, in the textile industry, we opened to some, we had bilateral trade agreements with some of the Asian countries, which means that there were the barriers when it comes to importing textiles were removed or were lowered. As a result, most of the textile companies in South Africa, they had to shut down because they couldn't compete with, okay, time is up. Okay, but maybe let me at least conclude. In my conclusion, after the various deliberations on what I've written, South Africa can make most of its advantages and attain more balanced and sustainable economic growth by making strategic investments in infrastructure, technology, education, and regional commerce. Furthermore, South Africa needs to industrialize before the Africa Trade Agreement is fully functional. Otherwise, local manufacturers may struggle with tariff adjustments and increased competition from other African counterparts. Also, the country needs to prioritize exporting final goods and over raw materials as advocated by mercantilists. So I will end there because my time is up.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to open the floor for questions, comments, suggestions. Okay, maybe try to keep it short. All right, if there's no comment or question, I think we've been a very good audience. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Okay, comment. Just 30 seconds.
It doesn't need to make a comment. There's no way I cannot make a comment for my brother. He's my brother. I'm related to him.
Oh, okay.
This is Mshega Mshabala.
Oh.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to make a general comment regarding most of the presenters, especially particularly those from UniZulu. You know, and when you go to other conferences, there is this thing, the attitude that they have, because you still remember our university used to be called Bush University. Fort Hare, where I was in the past, University of the North, etc. So what I wanted to say, the presenters, particularly from Ongoy, they really, you know, I'm so impressed. I'm very much.
Let's clap.
Yeah. I must recommend the academics in this institution. They're doing a very good job. I'm telling you. Now I'll be attending another conference of quality. I'm just to spread the word, going to spread the word. They say people, those go to University of Zurich, you'll be shocked. They are doing extremely well. This happened to me when I was in Uganda. Sorry to take your time. When I was talking about, because the second last presenter was my student, and he's your brother. He's from here. He's one of my 5 students that I produced, master students that I produced last year. And coincidentally, she's registered for a D, and she has been accepted. So but she registered late. She applied late rather, because she graduated now in September. But definitely in the next year, she'll continue the PhD. So I'm very much impressed. Because, you know, I went to another university. I wanted to go to the University of Makerere in Uganda. And now I went there, it was youngsters. Youngsters were present. Very, very youngsters. And they are also actually grooming their own team as well. So with the University of Zululand, I'm impressed because I saw it's young youngsters who are present. Some of them were presenters. Because some of us, so you must have the succession plan, bring these youngsters back to the fore so that they become academics in the future. Because some of us are over the hill. So we'll be retiring from the academic space. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shabalala. Let's clap for ourselves. All right, I think my job is done. I'd like to invite Prof. Tiwari for his closing remark.
Okay, for 2 days of deliberations, to me it seems kind of 5 days now. So I thought, what do you think? Let everybody speak a little bit about it, whatever. And then I will also make my comment. So maybe everybody has some idea what they thought of it and how it is going to impact them in their professional life and personal life or whatever. Why don't we start from here? Maybe somebody, or just I make it voluntary. Whoever like to speak. Yeah, Prof. Kume is there. He wants to speak.
I want to thank the organizers, and I want to thank all the speakers. I came here to learn. I wish I was here throughout yesterday, but I listened to the opening addresses. It's my understanding as a scholar in the colonial field that we need to understand the world, especially the economic domain is very important before we make the arguments we make, to understand the arguments we make. And that was my purpose, and I learned a lot between yesterday and today. Even though I was only in the morning session yesterday online, and today from every single speaker. I think this is a fantastic conference, and I think you must carry on and congratulate the organizers and the presenters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. We really appreciate this feedback, and we will take into account. You also tell us some bad things about us so that we we can correct.
I was really overwhelmed. 15 years ago, we never had economics papers. We just introduced econometrics, mathematics into our program, and we had to do it with a lot of resistance from the former head of the department, but nonetheless, we managed to do it with the existing programs, and then from there on, everything changed. We used a system of networks. We got people like Prof. Chawari to join us, people like Prof. Giannis, and we developed a broad network with a new generation of young students, both from South Africa, from Zimbabwe, and staff members that started making a difference. The Bali conference played a major role in helping us to gain our confidence in presenting papers of high quality at these forums. We also invested in our staff and students getting trained through workshops, through visits to other universities, and to bring people to our university. So we developed a network system, and we encouraged our people to go out there to be part of the global work. And we see the young Kobas, so that are here. Zungu is just impressive, not here, in terms of what they achieved. And it is a combination of all these things that culminated in the last 5 years in us really being the best department, the best research department, producing high quality students, attracting students from other parts of Africa to come and join us for PhDs and so on. And so all of this enabled us to gain critical mass in arriving to this point today, and I'm sure we can only grow. I can see the confidence of Nene, although she tried to avoid me in the queue yesterday with some other PhD going but in the way she presented with the honors in your WOSEC was just amazing. And thanks to Prof. Pome for raising all these difficult questions about power relations, about he almost wants us to go it alone Africa and to hell with the rest of the world. but you know, the globalized reality. And it was summed up in the paper by Moses, who spoke about aid of Tawari, showed that there can be a win-win situation, but yes, because of power relations, it is an unequal situation. But with the young generation of economists and academics and political scientists that we're generating in South Africa and in the rest of Africa, I'm sure that we will be the next rising power in the next 100 years, because whether we like it or whether the world likes it or not, Africa is rising, and 1 in 20 workers internationally is going to be African. And what we're doing here today and what we're doing with our network in the rest of Africa will bear fruit in the years to come. And this engagement is part of it. And I'm heartened to be part of this glorious moment. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Yes, what Prof. said is really true, that it all has happened that with the basic belief that there is enough for everybody under the sun. So If you earn 200 Rand, don't feel jealous. You can earn 500. Don't try to pull other person down. That's the logic. If there is enough, there are enough resources. There is no need. You just have to put extra effort. That is the positive attitude and a positive moral ecological space that we have created, and that's the fruit. And I'm glad that we have people like Prof. Cash, Prof. Trailing, and new young staff that we have hired. They are also ahead of us, so that's a very good thing. And I see a great future for the faculty in future. Okay, anybody else would like to comment?
Thank you. Prof, from our side, want to thank you, Prof. Brady, Prof. Gus, especially for the leadership that you've shown in the past years and even now, and for all these ideas that you're coming up with, and you know, you're always challenging us to do more and more. Many people don't want to see podcasters. He doesn't want to see us sitting down. He's always coming with something to do. So when people see the emails coming for the meetings and everything, they push. Yeah, you always know that no, there's something that is coming. So we want to thank you, and we appreciate a lot your guidance, your mentorship, and everything that you have done for this faculty, and especially for us from economics. We know that you know, we are better maybe than all other departments, because all the leadership, you know, of the faculty is from our side. So we have actually benefited a lot, especially from experience. All your long years of experience. I think that to us it's something that we can see, and we just hope that we'll be able to take all this experience, the rich experience that you have imparted on us, and you know, use it wisely, even in future. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Zhao, Prof. Zhao. You know, as a you have children, and when they grow up and they start being, you know, you just take pride. So I think this is also a kind of a children. You know, you came to we kind of taught you master, PhD, and then you are a professor. It gives a great pleasure to me. You don't share your salary with me or anything. You just say, hello, Prof, it's good, right? I'm not expecting sharing salary. What I'm expecting is that you recognize you learned something and you kind of give us some respect. Also, I'm not asking you to respect me if you don't want to. That's fine. But I think that comes from your heart, because if you are a conscious person, and that's all the pleasure to see you in good positions. Now, Zhao was a PhD student. He is now associate professor and HOD of economics department. It's a great pleasure. Demi, whom I consider like my son, I've kind of treated him like this. And he is now lecturer here. And I'm sure he's a would-be professor. These are all would-be professors, you know. So it's a great pleasure to interact. All the, you know, I can't name everyone, but not only my students, those who are not my students, young people, you know, like Dume and Machingo, all those. So I really appreciate, I really enjoy interacting with you, and it's a great pleasure that you contribute, you support me. Anything else? Dr. Demi, you want to say something? You don't have to say about me, just say about the conference.
But it's not been that easy for everything. I remember when I see your emails, like,
yeah, I think
experience. We are also learning from you in terms of making connections, editors, putting up a very good program. So I think we have a lot to learn. We're learning and continue to learn from you. And we appreciate the leadership you always given to and the guidance as well. all the signatures. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks, Sammy. Thank you so much. Anybody else? So then I can say a few words. Okay, guys, for these 2 days of deliberation, AFCFTA is a continental thing. So previously we used to think about our village, and then we started thinking about our city or whatever, then country. Now we're thinking about continent. So that's we basically expanding our vision. So that's good thing. I also think that AFCFTA is a test of Africa's courage and ambition. And it will only prove, time will prove. But if you look at some early signatures of AFCFTA, they are encouraging. Like now, South Africa, on Nigeria, some other countries have started exporting. So it's a participation. As soon, slowly, if this participation rate increases, everything happens gradually. Maybe 10 years down the road, you will see the visible effects. Sometime initial phase, you don't see the impacts because they are very minor, it's like that everybody's getting old every day. But do you ever realize you are today 1 day older than previous day? You don't. But after 5 years, you realize you are old. So it's like that. So you can't see 1 day when you get old, but you see 5 years down the road, you suddenly realize, yes, now I am old. I can't do this. I was doing this before. So that's like that. So I believe we just have to have faith in it, and you must see this power of compounding. I call it as a power of compounding. You earn a small interest, and then over 5 years is so big, and then suddenly you realize, oh, so same thing here. Okay, and for South Africa, this is going to be very good because they say, I was looking at the statistics, they say South Africa and Sudan have the maximum agricultural land. So that's surprising. Roughly, we have 122 million hectares. Out of that, 40% is arable land. So for agriculture particularly, it is going to be very good for South Africa. And since South Africa is also relatively advanced industrial, so we would take a maximum benefit. A lot of South African companies, such as, I mentioned that in my address, they're already in Eastern Africa and SADC countries. So, if you recall, Cash, I had a discussion a long time ago that why can't we have a vision? We are this great country in this continent. Our companies can go. I think that I see that route happening now. That's it. Well, these are two things. Will we have one currency someday? Will we have United States of Africa, USAF? I think it's an illusory idea. At least in my opinion, it will not happen in this century. It needs a lot of human capital development and a lot of vision enhancement. What is our vision? Our vision is, if only related to myself, I can't think anybody else. So that kind of vision enhancement and that education enhancement will take time. But if that kind of we can extend our vision, then someday it's possible. So European Union is an example. In personal life, also in professional life, I also think that we can now start doing some research, ask our student, rather than being work in one track thing, monetary, what is the impact of, something on economic growth. I have seen, why not we do something on these kind of things? You are exposed to when any student comes, honors, master, PhD, think of some, That's a new thing, and that will contribute to the nation building directly. Also in personal life, it should make a difference, because now you will think like an African. You will be previously thinking as a Zambian. I'm a Zambian. I'm a South African. I'm a Nigerian. But now it expands your vision, and you say I'm an African. So that will affect your behavior. That will also affect your attitudes. I also think if your vision is big, then it will also reduce your perversions. I mean, policy perversion sometimes. Why you want us out of a big country, out of a small country, you want another small country. That's a perversion. If those we have a big vision, will not have those perversions. Anyway, that's some of my idea. Now I like to express thanks to people, those who helped me. I was just a figure to start it, but most of the work was done by other people. I like to thank Vice Chancellor Prof. Matose, DVC, Prof. Nomlo, and Prof. Prince, DVC Institute Support, and especially Prof. Kunene, who was very kind to give some 60,000 rand for this workshop. And she came here to give an opening address. And I'd like to also thank my keynote speakers, Ambassador Mulumbi Peter, very knowledgeable, and she really gave some new insights, and very useful. Maybe we will think of inviting her in future in some other conferences. Prof. Anil Suklal and Kwanile Makize, who was also from DTIC. So thanks to all they are not here, but in absentia, I thank them. I like to thank Prof. Kreling, always helpful in any way. I mean, she's ready to, if there's a money shortage, she said, I'll give it, don't worry. So Prof. Kreling was very motivating all the time and morally encouraging. And then Prof. Cass, I had a special relationship with past Prof. Cass. All the time we are discussing things. And lately he has gone in a climate tunnel and doing a lot of work. And he has contributed in the previous workshop a very interesting paper on moral capital. So it's nice, Prof. Cass, I really appreciate your contribution and your emotional attachment in this. Thank you so much. Prof. Magigawa, although she was sick, but she still came here, and thank you. I told her, Prof, there is no need, but we realize it. And Prof. Xiao, thank you so much being HOD. You facilitated all the things, particularly that grant that was needed. And we really appreciate, I really appreciate. Thank you so much for that. I like to also thank my two important people, Dr. Demi Lola, Ilasani Demi Lola, and who was really doing most of the work of this conference actually. And he was helped by Sibu, who is in Cape Town today. So these two people are handling all the emails, program preparation, all kinds of things. So thank you very much, Dr. Demi. I really appreciate your devotion to me is highly appreciated, and I really thank you very much from my bottom of my heart. I also thank Sine, the departmental secretary, she's here or not, and Nontu and Gugu, who did all basic things, procurement, all get these things, all kinds. These small things take a lot of time, and I really appreciate. And all the CMD people here, they're taking pictures, making little movies. I'm sure this will come in Facebook, in Zulu, and it will go to the press as well. Yesterday, the Natal Mercury also contacted me. I sent them maybe they will do some coverage because it's an interesting topic. So James and other guys, I really appreciate from CMD. I thank all the people, colleagues from the department and the faculty, and from people who have come from other faculties such as Prof. Ume and Prof. Sublala and other people. And maybe there are a lot of online people who are listening to us. So thank you so much for that. I really appreciate. Finally, we'd like to thank all the hotel people here. Probably Nella, who was managing these things. I hope we try to facilitate as much as we can. Depending on your feedback, we'll decide next year where we should go. So these are some of my thanks to people, those who contributed. Maybe if I have forgotten someone, please remind me. But I observe all protocols and thank you very much. And I appreciate. I think this 2 days, the work is now over. You can go home, relax. Yes, but it's not over in a sense that I just want to remind you, I thought we can get 15 good papers from this conference, which could be put in a book form. And we already have 2 books in the production. One is on the first conference, that's India and China trade. The second is moral capital. And Routledge is kind of interested in publishing them, and the process is on. So we still have to kind of write those chapters, and we'll go through the review and put them together. So, thank you so much. So please contribute, because this is also going to be some kind of a SAPSI thing that is coming to you. Okay, thank you very much. All right, we can now. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I want to just give me things.
Oh, that's your.